Solo.
And hello! Welcome to Solo Playthroughs. We're going back to Aeon Trespass Odyssey. Thank you to Into the Unknown for the review copy of the base game of Aeon Trespass Odyssey. For those who do not know, there are 6 days left in the Aeon Trespass Odyssey Kickstarter. You can get the base game there. You can get the first expansion. You can get all the new stuff. If you want all of it, it will cost you about $1,000. Plus or minus. That's American dollars I'm talking in, so do whatever conversion you need to based on wherever you are in the world. Again, this was the base game. The base game I think is about $2.99 US dollars plus shipping. So this is not a cheap game by any means. It is epic. There are hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours of gameplay in the base game alone. That's where I'm at. I am still undecided if I'm adding on at all, but I do love the base game. Just 3 cycles. This is going to take me a long time to get through. But lucky for you, I'm going to try to get through all of Cycle 1 on the camera over the next few months, so super excited about that. It has been going okay so far. We did cash in a mulligan. When I got defeated in the first battle on day 1, I was like, we're going to pretend that didn't happen, and we're going to retry that. So I won by the skin of my teeth in the last video, and here we are today. We'll probably see the second primordial in Cycle 1. The name of Cycle 1 is the Truth of the Labyrinth. Every cycle has 2 primordials, plus there's this other big bad that supposedly pops up, which I haven't seen yet, and it is what it is. I have said before, if this is the first time you're tuning in for an Aeon Trespass Odyssey playthrough, either live or later when this video is online, these are not my normal videos. This is not a game that I know all the rules super well. This is not a game where I will not have to look at the rulebook. This is not a game where I am going to show masterful level of skill. Not that I do that in really any of my games. This is a game that I am learning as I go. I am taking as first look as you can get to these campaigns. I have fortunate to have some people who are normally following along, who are kind of guiding me to make sure that I'm getting all the rules right. I do think I have gotten the vast majority of rules right in the gameplay, and I think that will be no different, but there will be some page turning and looking at the rules and giving you a pretty authentic look at what it is like to play through this game. This game is super awesome. It is also super not player friendly. They could have done a much better job in organizing the rulebook, did a much better job in giving you player aids. They could have done a much better job in making it easier to get into the game. Even keeping the rules as complex as they are, they just did not help the player along to make sure you get acclimated to that, which makes a situation where this game has one of the steepest learning curves I have ever seen in board gaming, and that indeed can be a bit of a challenge. So here we are, though, today. I am excited to get into the next few days. When we're going to end, I don't know. So the Aeon Trespass Odyssey, the cycles work on a number of days. We have 80 days to get through Cycle 1. I will probably play through at least, well, the next battle is 4 days from now, so maybe that will be a good stopping point. So maybe we'll do day 5, day 6, and day 7, and then if we're feeling frisky, I'll do day 8 or day 9, but we'll pretty much stop, when I've run to a natural stopping point, and then we'll put it away and save it, so forth and so on. Let me get to the chat. I'm just waiting for the inevitable last second to reschedule the stream. No rescheduling today. And then we made some bad puns with each other. Oh, it was a moment for all of us. Every day is Dad Jokes Day when there was a solo playthrough stream, says Saget. Also, dice. Lots of dice. Uriel says, for now, I decided on going with base game only. Maybe in the PM, I'll add the new stuff. I think that's probably enough for most people. It's just an insane amount of content, and I am somebody who, I get review copies. I do like to support the publishers. I'm finding a hard time finding a place where I want to get in on that pledge manager. I don't know what word I just tried to say. Pledge manager, or on the new Kickstarter. It's tough. I mean, with Uprising, it was hey, I got the expansion content. With Arcana Arcana, I got the expansion content. The expansion content's $500, and I still don't have the first expansion. So like, there's a lot of new Titans. There's a lot of just like new tweaks here and there. There's some gameplay enhancements. There's a storage solution. The storage that comes in the box is adequate. I mean, it's not the worst I've seen. It could have been a lot better. I mean, there's a lot of times I'm going to say that when it comes to the packaging of the game, and I don't mean packaging just literally as in the actual package. I mean like the packaging, like the rules, the lack of player aids, all that stuff. Even the app I find really clunky. But again, the gameplay itself, when it comes together, when you see it happening, it's just like, woof, this is such an engaging, engrossing, mesmerizing experience in some ways. And I've really enjoyed that. I love the world building. I love a lot of the ambition of what this game is. And we'll go from there. So, enough yammering from me. We are going to go to day 5. Yes. Right? So there was a learn to play tutorial. I played through that off camera. I know Adam Smith from Rolling Solo has gone through that painstakingly on camera. A couple of other channels have done the same. So if you are interested in the learn to play part of that, I would definitely check that out. I really like the learn to play. It's done very well. It really could be called a kind of learn to play, or learn some of how to play, because it really does. It gives you a little bit of a framework, but then you get into day 001 and you're still like, oh my gosh, like what is happening? And you can still feel extremely clueless because there is so much going on in between the turns. And again, there's so much learning how to use the cycle book and the rule book, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And oh no, we had our first earthquake of the day. That's what happens when you have a rampaging bull on your table who's causing a big weird glare. So I'm going to move that over here. Excellent. So in front of me we have our 4 Argonauts. We have Leocules, we have Raz, we have Heraclides. If you might remember, he was a hero, so I'm making him the leader right now. And we have Olympia. Heraclides was the only one to have their Titan survive. Their Titan was Ulyssia, and Ulyssia all now has a special upgrade code, the Iapetan strain, which I will talk about. We have our Mimos cards. I'm going to stick with Mimos cards for now until I am corrected again. So we were at Nemos, then we were Mimos, then we were told maybe it is Nemos. Who knows? We're going to go with Mimos. Let's try Memos. We'll go with Memos. That sounds more Greek. My Greek sucks. Steve has been making fun of me for like 2 weeks now about my Greek. I'm like, I know, it sucks. Like, what do you want from me, dude? Anyway, so we have our Memos cards. The Memos card for Leocules is Death Follows. We have Imprisonment for Raz, we have our Siren Survivor and Haunted for Heraclides, and we have Minoan Heritage for Olympia. We have a couple of nodes filled out. We have 2 nodes for Leocules, 1 for Raz, and 0 for Heraclides. So again, Leocules, Heraclides, whatever. These are I have the Titans. All our Titans are the base level Dreamwalkers. They are all functionally the same. The art is different. So we will have their minis ready to go. So I've just kind of had to set this up for some of the adventuring we're going to do, and also be able to transition into a battle once we get to day 7. That is correct. Whenever you get a Memos card, you start learning more about who you were as an Argonaut, and that does give us different skills that enhance what our Argonauts, who they are and how they operate. So the Ocules is +1 in endurance, fury, and will. Raz is +1 in endurance and wisdom. She also would be +1 in courage. However, her fated Memos card, so these are like our bad memories, which kind of give us some limitations, actually took away the courage that she naturally started with. Heraclides started with a 1 cunning, and he has 2 Memos cards, so he is actually at +1 courage, +1 cunning, +2 will, and +1 wisdom. And Olympia over here, she started with +1 fury, and then her Minoan heritage gave her +1 wisdom and +1 courage as well. We have the Triskelions. The Triskelions are all set to 0. There was no Right, and again, actually, in between battles, we're gonna take note if there are any changes to the Triskelion. We're just gonna write that on the paper, and then when we start our next battle, we'll make sure that these match whatever is on the paper, and then the Triskelions are reset at the end of a battle. Over here, we have our exploration cards, so I'm going to shuffle them. I actually have the right deck of cards this day, which I did not last video, which was super annoying. So there are 16 cards to start, and then because we upgraded something on our ship, it actually did add a 17th card because we got ourselves a little bit of a dock, which means that we might have some trading opportunities, which is great. Over here, we have our stuff in our armory, including our starting fists. So if we ever do not have a weapon equipped, or we are always naturally equipped with our fists. And then there are the other weapons that we have underneath there, which includes things that we, crafted and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We will start getting a lot more armory as we go. We have the trauma decks. They'll need to be shuffled before our battle. Up here, we have terrain. They're useful for battle. We have our inward Odyssey. This is where if we get progress tokens, we can put it on there every time we get 2. We can read a story, learn more about the ship, maybe get some kind of perk and advantage. That is where we got the Eye of Pit and Strain in the last playthrough. We have the Absent Rule. Now we need to get 6 progress tokens on that to advance the story. The advance of the story is how you win the game. So this is going to be important. So there is a bit of a decision to be made if we're going, hey, Absent Rule, or we're going Inward Odyssey. And then this is the bad story, right? So this is like for Arkham LCG players, this is your Doom. What is it? You have the, man, it's been a long time since I played Arkham. You put a Doom token on the agenda. So this is the agenda, the bad thing. And if once we get 6 on here, is it 5? God, I wish this was a little clearer. I think it's 5. The numbers are so hard to read. Yeah, only 5. All right, so if there were 5 progress tokens on that, we're actually going to flip that to the side 1B. Right? These are different tech cards that we don't have access to yet. These are the tech cards, ones that we already have researched, but also all the cards that these lead to. So again, all these cards, different sizes, be damned. Another weird design choice that makes things a little bit more confusing here. So all these are little tech cards, and then they led to all of these cards. So now we have access to all of these. So our next tech upgrade, we'll be able to choose from one of these cards, assuming we have all of the prereqs. Sometimes there are multiple prereqs. On this side, we have our Morris deck, our Kratos deck. They're more for battle. Our Faded Memos cards. We have clue cards, more exploration cards, which we might have to shuffle in, condition cards, all the other things that we can consider crafting based on our tech level. And then we're kind of ready to go for Labyrinthoros, who is like this crazy bull kind of thing, a little steampunky looking, but probably not meant to be. I don't know. It's nuts. He's got some big horns. I'm scared of him. He's got a vantage point. We'll see how that plays out. Then we have obviously our pool of dice and some wounds. So to try to get you acclimated to what's going on here. Here's the exploration deck. So as we choose to explore, we'll add more of these tiles, a la 7th Continent. We have some of our Kratos tokens, which we'll see during the battle. And then finally, we do have an ally who is the old spinner, because I, probably stupidly, was like, no, I don't want the Minoan guide, which would have given me a progress token and kind of helped some things along. I'm going to take this old lady who also gave me a priest, which I'm not sure if that's going to be a good or a bad thing. We'll see how this campaign starts to flesh out. Saget, I'm back into new gameplay stuff for the most part. Some of the extra titans are super overpriced, skipping those. Slaking, what are your thoughts on Massive Darkness 2 if you played it? I have not played it. I am intrigued. I've heard enough good things, but also, it doesn't seem like a game that really, isn't anything that totally grabbed me. Like the dungeon crawler-esque. I just have so many of those. It's just trying to find something that's a little bit different. So yeah, don't know much about it. So memos, faded memos, and corporate memos? Sure. Saget, by the way, random thing, based on your last hub adventure, you should add an additional terrain to your next battle. Really? Did I know that? Why? And how do we know? Where do you add those? What? Do you remember my last hub adventure was? I don't remember my last hub adventure. You know what? It's gonna be way too hot. I'm gonna put my AC on. If someone could hear it, I should be okay because I have a noise canceling headset. But it's summer, man. It's summer in Philadelphia, and it's just absolutely vicious. But yeah, if you can tell me where I should have seen that, and you need to add a terrain to my next battle. I don't even know what that means, Saget. It's very confusing. And like, how do I know what the terrain would be, and how do I know where to edit? All of that's super confusing. All right. By the way, anything based on your less use. Yo, Greg, what's good? What's up, John? Checking the store back where the dice results are shown. Oh. So I did an adventure hub, battle terrain. I had to put a maze outcrop on the inner 3. Woof. Okay, thank you. That's something I probably should have known more. So I had to put a maze outcrop on the inner 3. I don't know anyone who does this crap without a without a YouTube channel. I'm not even lying. All right, we'll deal with this when we get there. It says some things interesting. Obstacle, obscuring, destructible, 2x2. Most excellent. I'll put this over here as a reminder. I need to deal with that in the battle. Excellent. I keep seeing playthroughs of ATO, and I go back and forth in my mind about it. It looks like there's a lot of admin upkeep and rules checking, says John. How much of that is there in comparison to like actually playing and having fun? Yeah, it's a great question, John. I think I'm at a point where I'm still on the learning curve. And I think if you look at my favorite games, I mean, Maze Knight, I started playing Maze Knight as one of my first solo games, and I remember having to look up on BGG all the time. I had to stop, look at the rule book. I mean, you look at same at Arkham LCG, even Spirit Island. There's still a lot of rules checking, and you had to go on that quirky site. So I think that every game is like an elaborate dance, and until you know the steps, and I've said this before on the channel, until you know the steps, like you're gonna be like stepping on your partner's feet and so forth and so on. If I could really just absolutely butcher that metaphor, there's a level where it's all coming together and you're like, oh, cool, right? Too many bones. I mean, you have to learn all the keywords. Cloudspire, oh my gosh, like the learning curve for that game was awful, like awful. It was the least fun I ever had learning a game. Like I've actually enjoyed learning this way more than I enjoyed learning Cloudspire. So I think it's just whatever your threshold is. For me, I have not found this. I read the rulebook twice. I am fortunate to have a very informed chat. I've had some very informed comments, and I'm just a lot. I've learned so many games in the last 2 years that I think in some ways it's a little bit easier, some ways it's harder. But I think for this part, for AHS Odyssey, it's been easier. That I feel like it hasn't been overwhelming, but it is a lot. But I think it's one of those things that the more you do it, the better you are at it. But this is like a lifestyle game. If you cannot invest the 30, 40, 50 hours to learn this the first month you're playing it, it's probably not for you. I don't think you're going to enjoy it. I think you're going to have a $300 brick that's just going to take up a lot of shelf space for you. But if you can invest in it and you have like the 1 or 2 friends that also want to invest in it, like there's a huge game there. I'll compare it to Madara because I had never played Kingdom Death Monster. Madara, I found the upkeep and the admin for 1 player controlling 4 characters too much. I haven't had the same feeling with this yet. It's also still early in the campaign. As I gain more tech and stuff, that could change. But Madara from day 1, the battles of Madara are so much more involved in that there's more monsters. The focusing rules can be really confusing. You have just cards everywhere, and it can get very, very tough. Like this battle, the battles here are much more streamlined. However, what's happening in between the battles is in general far more robust. Because that's again Madara is more of a typical dungeon crawler. This is a boss battler, but there's a lot of things about it that feel similar to me. That this is just, although the BGG rating on this is going to be a lot higher, I do think that this is an easier game to play for 1 or 2 players than Madara ever would be. Madara, I've basically shelved until I can get 3 of my friends to play it with me. This, I don't foresee that being a problem. but it is something to be aware of. If you're someone who really is like, I don't have the 40, 50 hours to sink into this to learn it, and then to make sure I keep playing it regularly so I don't forget it, it's a hard recommend at that point, for me. Sajid says you need to channel your inner accountant a bit for this game. To John, John says laugh out loud. Good to know, Sajid. John says I'm really into crunchy games, but something about this makes me think it might be too much, especially if I'm playing it with my wife and friends who aren't quite into crunchy games as me. Urel says it's always sunny in Philadelphia. Yes, it is. Sajid says it will sound weird, but after the first 8 to 10 hours, it gets to be okay. Initially, is it a steep climb? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm saying 40 to 50. If you're really good at learning rules, 8 to 10 might be fine. For me, this was, again, reading the rule book very slowly twice and whatever. But I also have like not the pressure, but I have I knew I was live streaming it, right? So as much as I'm like gave the disclaimer, hey, this isn't my normal game, I'm gonna be like stumbling a little bit. There was a sense of like I wanted to at least have read this twice, so like when Sajid says to me something about terrain, I at least I can get up to speed quicker, right? Then I don't want if 10% of this video is me looking up rules, that's fine. If it's 70%, that's not good for anybody, right? So that is what it is. Sajid says inner 3, somewhere within 3 is center, not overlapping anything else. Slaking, I'd probably play this game 80% correct. Laugh out loud, way too much rules and stuff for me. Sajid, I would also say this works better as a multiplayer game, especially if others have their interests, like with us. One of the guys is really the story and story choices, another is combat. Cool. Edgar Specker says hello. Yeah, that's cool. I would not. I think I like this more for what it is, just solo. Which again is a contrast to Madara, which I really need friends. And I think if you look at the BGZ score too, again, and I hate to like keep comparing those two games. If you look at the recommended player count for Madara, it's very, very low. The ratings are very, very low for 1 or 2 players, whereas for ATO, it's actually a lot higher for 1 and 2 compared to Madara. So like that's like the I think the best comp I have. Just so this is a huge sprawling game with tons of components, and you're having to control 4. I think this is fine for solo, but again, that could change as I get more equipment and there's more going on, which it does seem to be the case. But right now, I mean, the last 2 videos, it's been a lot of keyword learning and just kind of solidifying, the stuff that I've already have in my head from the rulebook and trying to get it into practice, and that has taken some bit of translation. But I think that covers the chat for now. Let us move on. We're going to go to day 05. And I have this little handy thing I printed offline and just glued to the back or taped to the back of the book because, why would they put anything useful in the back of the book when they could just have a white page? I kid. All right, let's move. Let's figure this out. Movement step. So this is our map. I did just lay out the 5 cards I had. Again, we started in Chronos. Once we ended there, we got rid of all the learn to play cards, and then we were told to start using this deck of cards instead. We left Chronos. We took this old lady with us because that was super fun. I moved down here. This is the land of the Minoans. We moved over here. We added a Dune token. We had another city. We left this city, so we put the last visited city tile there. We went up here. I got a progress token, which is super exciting. And then we moved here. We're now in the land of the... What is your name? The land of the Hornsworn. And we had a rest and relaxation event, or an R&R event, which I read on the Adventure Hub. And that was pretty awesome. It is... Wait, hold on. Adventure Hub. Yeah, I still got to figure out what we're doing because there's the other kinds of stories too, but we'll figure that out. All right. So that was that's all of step 1. We are good to go. We're now going to go to the current round, step 2, the timeline step. So we're going to mark off 05. Now we're going to take a look at the timeline. The timeline, the only thing we're going to do up here is we're going to be able to get a battle tech upgrade in the appropriate phase of round 05 or day 05. Round and day are pretty much synonymous in this game. We go to the exploration step. So we're going to resolve any... Oh, we have to actually explore. Sorry, I was telling you what I did. I am going to explore as part of the movement step. I'm going to move. I'm sorry, I never actually moved. I'm going to move as part of the movement step. I'm going to move to card 34. I really don't have any other options. I could go back here. Remember, when you go backwards, you always, if there are any negative effects, you always redo them. If there are any positive effects, you don't. So if I went back to this tile, it's not like I would get another progress token, but if that was a doom symbol, I would indeed get another doom symbol. But so I never actually moved. Sorry, I was too busy yammering and explaining other things. Me yammering? I know, never. People are shocked and horrified by the thought, and I appreciate the support. All right, we're going to go to 34. Here we go. So this was the movement step. This comes on the board, and it will go like so. And I move into here. Then I did the timeline step. Now we do the exploration step. So we're going to resolve the symbols. We can get a progress token. I'm really into this inwards Odyssey stuff, but like I feel like I really need to progress the story because I need 6 of these suckers and I have 0. So I think we'll do the next inward Odyssey once I actually progress the story a wee bit. So we're going to get a progress token and we're going to put it on there. Most excellent. The other symbols on here. Well, again, we left the lands of the Hornsworn and we're now in the land of the Minoans again. We like the Minoans, so that's good. There's no city here, but we have this symbol, and that symbol is a Titan symbol. It's not. Well, that was a hub adventure symbol. Yeah, that was. I'm sorry, that wasn't an R&R adventure. That's a hub adventure, and that's just a Titan symbol. When we see the Titan symbol, what do? Well, we're going to be able to look at our little. Did we do that now? Yes. Yeah. So we're going to go here, and it says here. It's on one of these things. Yeah, reference. During the exploration step, the Argo is on unexplored map tile with the Titan symbol. We gain a +1 Titan. We are in the exploration step. We are on an unexplored map tile. Map tiles come into play unexplored. They become explored at the end of a round. So this is still unexplored. So we see the unexplored thing on the map tile. And we see the Titan symbol on an unexplored tile, and that's going to give us 1 more Titan. The Titans at this point we get are always going to be Dreamwalkers. Now we have a Titan limit of 10. We have 6 Titans still left. We added a 7th. We have 6 Dreamwalkers, and we are noting on here that one of those Dreamwalkers has the special Iron Pet and Strain, which we assigned to Ulyssia. Most awesome. So again, Titan limit is 7. Titan limit is 10. We now have 7 Titans. So again, we're getting all the verbiage correct. So again, that was a hub adventure, not an R&R adventure. Sorry for misspeaking about that. It makes a lot more sense that was a hub adventure because I was confused about something in my head. And now I'm not. We are kind of hugging the coast as we go. There was something that kind of indicated that was probably something we wanted to do. So like I'm going to see kind of where this, I'm assuming this is going to form some kind of island at some point, but who knows? Could be wrong about that, but there are no other symbols that we have to. Oh, there was also the progress token symbol. So I resolved the progress token symbol and I resolved the Titan symbol. So there are no other symbols to resolve. Now we're still in the exploration phase. So that was 3.1, resolving exploration symbols. 3.2 is perform an exploration draw. We're going to take the 17 exploration cards. Remember, we got a 17th exploration card when we added the dock to our ship. And we are going to do 2 stacks and resolve cards as we pull them out. If there's an adversary symbol on these cards, we are going to ignore them because the adversary is not yet part of our journey, at least from my understanding. That should have been a lot clearer in the rules. So I'm going to pull the first stack of cards. We have a Labyrinthian Vest. Now this symbol at the bottom here doesn't tell us to stop. It's going to say that we're going to draw another one after we resolve this card, which will be super, super fun. Resolve an effect based on your diplomacy with the Labyrinthians. My diplomacy with the Labyrinthians is unfriendly. That's right. I'm -1 with the Labyrinthians. I'm -1 with the Hornsworn. I am +2 with the Minoans. By the way, I have 1 stranger on board and 1 Argo knowledge. Now there was something I could do about strangers during negotiation, I think. Yeah, when I negotiate, I can get +1 Argo Fate to lose a stranger. That might indeed be something I want to do. But you can only use negotiation things when you're on a place with a city, and the last city I was there. So there will be none of that this turn. So since I'm unfriendly, I gain +1 Argo Fate. Now, if my Argo Fate was 7+, a random Argonaut would have gained a Despair token. That would have been super sad. But in the end, not the worst. We just get +1 Argo Fate. So we're going to come to our little Argo sheet. Our Argo Fate is at a 0 of 9, is now at a 1 of 9. If it gets to a 9 of 9, we have a problem of 9. All right, so we're going to keep drawing because that symbol's there. And gain 1 armament resource. If we were friendly, we would have gained 2. We are not friendly. No, wait, are we friendly? No, we're neutral. We're 2 away from getting to friendly. You have to be at +4 to be friendly. So we're just totally neutral. So we gain 1 armament resource. So that gets me up to 9. I have 4 trireme or trireme, I'm not sure, and 9 armaments. And that says stop. We're going to now draw a second pile. So, bam. It's gained 2 monument resources. Are we denounced? We are not denounced. Again, that's 2 symbols there. At some point, that's going to do something and make me put a guy on the board. But again, he is not available yet, so I don't need to worry about him. I'm assuming he's going to come into play once we get 5 Doom. That is a guess. It's an educated guess. But we get 2 monument resources, which is nice because I had 0 of those suckers. So in front of me, we have 2 piles that both have an X. That's going to end the exploration draw. We're going to take these 3 cards and shuffle them back in. Sages is 25 to 30 days into the game. You have so much stuff already that to me, it would be way too much to find the optimal strategy on map tactics and battle. There's simply too much going on. 2 to 3 players where I would be shooting. Chronos, the same except different. Whatever. Remember, Inward Odyssey also progresses by gaining knowledge. Oh, interesting. Yeah, more bodies for the pyre. Oh, so if I gain a knowledge. Oh, that's interesting. So you don't even need to put a progress token on there to get there as long as you get the inward knowledge. That's cool. Yeah, more bodies for the pyre and trireme. It is trireme. Look at me. I'm gonna say it both ways, and I'll be right. Some of the time it'll be great. So we're gonna we shuffled this exploration deck back together, and that's gonna go there. Stage 3 exclamation. We're going to resolve any acclamations as noted on the timeline. So we're going to look at our timeline. Are there acclamations? There are not. Notice once we get down here, they will tell us to take out certain cards and add certain other cards. So the exploration deck kind of progresses as you progress and story. All right, so that is the end of the exploration step. We go to the expedition step. If we're on an unexplored tile that has a hub adventure or an R&R adventure, again, hub adventure up there. This was a Titan symbol. No adventures on this tile, so we do not do anything of that sort. So the expedition step is done. Encounter step, the timeline does not tell us that we have to have a battle, so we don't have a battle. Advancement step. We can research the technology. Now, this is optional, but you're pretty much always going to want to do it. So we're going to go into our deck of things that we have to possibly research, and we are specifically doing a battle upgrade. So we have a breakthrough. So these are structural technology upgrades, and these are the battle. You can tell by the symbol in the top left. So we have our barrage. So since we have our barrage, we can get crisis protocol, and now will lead to a labyrinthoros sighting. I'm going to really struggle with that word. We can get basic support equipment. We need our barrage for that. That leads to pursuer sighting, specialized trireme weapons, and the labyrinthios sighting. So it looks like we need both of those for labyrinthoros sighting. Or we can get siren armor. We have trireme ranged weapons. This leads to advanced trireme weapons or the forced Kratos reaction. Kratos, crackers, whatever. I think I'm going to want to get to this labyrinthoros sighting. It sounds like that should be something important. So, crisis protocol. So this says the fallen priests have uncovered a surprising Gaia connection through the Triskelion Junction. We're able to stimulate some form of spontaneous healing. I like spontaneous healing. Why not? So I'm going to upgrade to Crisis Protocol. And since I did that, I'm going to get Labyrinthoros sighting and add that to the deck of things that I could potentially get later. Remember, though, this has Wolf. This is I'm never getting this. No, so to actually do is I need to have a Labyrinthosaurus level 2 battle, crisis protocol, and basic support equipment. So I'm actually pretty far from getting that, but now I know. So, and I think we'll enjoy this thing I just got. Now, what is this thing I just got? It is Crisis Protocol. A new philosophical protocol allows us to tap into the lingering life force of Gaia and redirect it to or from a Titan. I can choose a Titan. That Titan may gain or lose 2 fate. That could be, nope, I'm sorry, 2 danger. That could be good. And there are 2 charges on there. So this is an Argo ability. I can have 2 Argo abilities in battle. We know that because of our starting Argo ability limit is 2. And I only had 1. So this is a good thing that I will now have access to in my next battle, and that makes me happy. So this is me being happy. So we're gonna be done with that. Nothing else is, resolve advancement events noted on the timeline. We're doing that. Use active abilities on structural technologies, and then we can craft gear on production facilities. So let me look at the rest of these. So we're going to put the things that I could upgrade to there. Do any of these things matter? We're not negotiating, so that doesn't matter. This is just a reference. Most of these are just reference. I'm just making sure when I research, this is a reference. I can use available resources to craft cards using production technologies. Thank you very much. And the permanent, my Argo limit is 2. During battle setup, choose 2 Argo abilities to repair. You may use these cards in battle. The Bridge Stalos, Adventure, gather resources. That's good. Trade fleet. Good. So we're going to see about our production technologies. So these are our production technologies. Rhetoric is not a, there we go. So our production technologies are these 3 things. They say production on the top. So we have trireme armor. It allows us to craft sail, spolas, and shipwrecker shields. We have the trireme ranged weapons. We can craft ballista guns and javelins. And then the trireme weapons, we can do boat mace, Kratos Copus, Siren Blade, and Siren Teeth. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to get anything right now. We can always, again, we'll have another turn where we can do this. The problem is 2. I can't do a fleshy mantle because I can't do the ballistic because I don't have a fleshy mantle. My raw ambrosia is down to 6, so I want to be careful there. I do have calcified knucklebone. I don't have an infused mechanism. I could do a boat mace, but I need 1 more monument. Boat mace is fairly cool, but again, you roll 1 die. If you hit, you roll 2 reds. Again, you roll the number of red dice on here based on how many hits you have, but it only can hit once, which isn't great. I'm not sure I need another. A second chance could be good. And the +1 courage. I can't make Siren Platinum Opera. Kratos Copus. Start carving. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, I could do a shipwrecker shield. So let me re-roll. I get 2 2 free re-rolls on my evade rolls, which can be nice. So maybe I take, and I create evade. I get 2 opening tokens. Sure, we'll get another shipwrecker shield because why the heck not? But that's going to cost me 2 armament. So my armament goes down to 7. It's going to cost me 3 raw ambrosia, so my raw ambrosia goes down to 3. And it's going to cost me a muscle cluster, so that's going to go down to 3 as well. And we're going to go into here, shipwrecker shield for the win. And we'll add this to my armory. Yeah, I hear what Sajid, I hear what you're saying. Like, if you get so many cards, it's gonna be hard to do optimal. At some point, I'm not gonna. If I'm doing this on camera, I'm not gonna be too worried about doing this optimally. Like, I'm gonna do the best I can, but at some point, we're gonna make decisions and we're gonna stick with it, and we're gonna see what happens. It's like, again, I'm still in the mashing buttons phase of learning how to play this game, and there's nothing wrong with that. I find that it's exhilarating, kids. Why am I missing a fist? Though, here's all my fists. I'm not missing a fist. So that gets added to my armory. That is the end of the advancement step. All right, story step. We're going to resolve the story progression if the amount of progress tokens equals 6. It does not. Or if the amount of doom tokens equals 7. I'm sorry. This is the story step. Progress tokens equals 6. It does not. So that's totally cool. If we had any memos breakthroughs, we would do that now. We don't. Doom step, the doom progression does not equal 5, so we're good there. End step, it becomes explored. We proceed back to step 1, and now we rinse and repeat, and we go to round 06. The other pronunciation is if you say it in Latin, basically. Just call our buddy Labby. He doesn't mind. Would you like suggestions of the non-spoiler type? Of course. Dude, I'm always open for suggestions, man. Just don't put anything. I'm not even gonna say it. There is a gentleman in some of my videos who I really, really appreciate his passion, but oh dear God, dude. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, suggestions, strategy talk, super helpful. I thought it was good to get another armor because not everyone I had has an armor, and I have 2 people that are still using fists. So I think that seemed like a good idea. All right, we're going to go to round 06. So I need to explore. We're staying on the coast. So and we can see ahead here. We know that the next thing is going to be a Hornsworn area, as opposed to, that's a cool little indicator. Hornsworn isn't exactly my cup of tea, but that's where we want to go. So we're going to go to 035. And we have some stuff. Oh no, it's Doomy. All right, so we go there. We go to we move here. There's no city here, because why would there be? We go to the timeline step. There's a cackle special event. Not sure how to find that, but we'll figure that out together. It'll be super exciting. And that is the step 1 and step 2 of round 006. Step 3 is exploration. We have to put another doom token on here. So we are at 4 of 5. Yikesos. There are no other symbols. Well, there's the expedition, the hub adventure symbol is there, but we actually resolved that in the next step here. So that's done. We are now going to do the exploration draw. So I've already reshuffled these, so let's start pulling these off. First, Smithy. It's 1 armament resource. We are not friendly, so we do not get a second one. So we're going to come back here to our resource thing. And armament is now at 8. We're going to do our second stack. It's an end. Get 1 trireme. We are not friendly. Otherwise, I get another one. And trireme goes up to 5. So not a very exciting exploration. These both go back. We're going to reshuffle these. Did not see my new dock card. So probably not crafting anything else before the next battle, which is going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Because I just really don't have a bunch of resources to do that with. I could, I think there are only 2 shipwrecker shields. So I can't, it's not like I can have 7 shipwrecker shields. What's the other? Oh, is it a sail spolus? Yeah, maybe I grab a sail spolus. Because that ability to redraw, the problem is it takes up a hand, and the Siren Teeth. Yeah, shipwrecker shield. The sail spolus does not take a hand, so I could get the sail spolus, and that might not be a bad idea. I gotta look to see what it costs again, and see where I'm at with my resources. All right, so that's the end of that. There are no acclamations noted on the timeline. We're going to expedition step, so now we have to do a hub adventure. So we're going to go to our hub adventure chart in the beginning of the cycle 1 rulebook, and we are going to roll a d10. We're still in story 1 over there. So where are my D10s? We'll take one of the, where are the white D10s? Here they are. Get with the rest of your dice, dude. Come on. So these are the crit dice. So we're rolling. I rolled a 7. So story 1, 7. We go to hidden in plain sight. We are going to have to add a Manos unit, which of course we are. Manos unit. What are you, dude? Nope. There we go. It's on the back of the Hyperborean ruins, because of course it is. So that's a thing. And 7 means we're going to actually go to the hidden in plain sight. Now, hidden in plain sight, if this was the second time here, we would actually roll another die or roll a d10 again to see what we're doing. But now we're just going to do the alpha story of hidden in plain sight. Hidden in plain sight, I wish this was in alphabetical order. It is not, because, you know, it just goes by the order of the page numbers, which makes finding things really hard. But that's another user issue. So we go to page 44. And now we go hidden in plain sight. We're going to go to Theseus's Light is the story that we're reading, because again, it's the alpha story of the hidden in plain sight hub adventure, and it has the keyword fate. Death Follows has the keyword fate, so we're going to get a memos node for the Death Follows. And since we got 3, we're automatically going to get this as well, but we resolve this later in the round, and I'll fill that fully in there. Fate, no, it doesn't have the keyword fate there. Left Behind is the keyword fate, so we're going to get a memos node on the fated memos of Left Behind. Siren Survivor does not have the keyword fate. Haunted has the keyword fate, so we're going to get a memos node here. Remember, you could, even if both of your memos cards had the keyword fate, you can only fill in 1 node. Something to remember. And Minoan Heritage does have the keyword fate, so we get a memos node here. Look at us making memosian progress. All right. Most excellent. So, Theseus' Light, story time with Greg. As you approach the coast for clues, you can't help but get the feeling that the people are a lot less distraught at the disappearance of their king than expected. On the other hand, many hold fond memories worn by time of the rogue Theseus, who once challenged the Cretan status quo and slew the Minotaur. As you listen to the testaments of his exploits on the island, you start to admire the man. Driven and single-minded, he rallied the disparate detractors of Minos, and for a brief moment steered the fate of Crete. Conviction and purpose are what you and your crew struggle with. Stories of the end of the world are harder to come by, so you are left to wonder why his dream ultimately faltered, though many believe he was betrayed on the eve of victory. There are but stories of a time past. These are but stories of a time past. Your interest lies in what endures of Theseus' legacy. It is said that in the early days of the war, when his forces were outnumbered, he created a network of hidden safe houses and supply caches. I have a friend in my head who's like, it's not cache, dude, it's cache. But what's the plural? So it's not caches, it's caches, so that his followers could move around the island more freely and find safe havens even in hostile territory. Some of these hideouts have never been discovered, but you just found clues that may lead you to one. In the early hours of the morning, you send an away team to a mist-shrouded key. Following the information, you locate a sea cave entrance hidden cleverly with a forced perspective trick. As you enter, darkness engulfs you. You navigate carefully, feeling your way with oars. The cave curves to the south and slowly opens up into an underground lake. Light seeps inside through crevices in the stone ceiling. Then you notice the wooden pier built into the side of the cave and the men who await you there. You hear the familiar sound of bowstrings tightening. I would advise you to never come in here, says a scared scarred woman commanding the archers. But it is clearly too late for that, wouldn't you say? So choose, out with it. You are clearly outnumbered, outmatched, and a boat isn't exactly a defensible position. It is better to reveal your true intentions and hope these people can be reasoned with, especially since they have observed the Argo's arrival. The city ship isn't exactly inconspicuous. We gain a stranger, we test wisdom. Each Argonaut may gain a Oh, we all have to gain a danger to add +1 and see what happens. Diplomacy with the Hornsworn goes -1. That sucks. Or we can success or by bad. Or we can shut it. You're clearly outnumbered, outmatched, and a boat isn't exactly defensive position. They're not here by chance. If they knew about this place, they may be tied to Theseus. Revealing you're looking for his martial enemy might be the wisest decision. Mortal enemy might be the wisest decision. Regardless of the result, go to 0001. So I have a chance at muscle clusters. Test cunning +1. Wolf. Each Argonaut made add a danger. The rolls too, we can always take a fate to reroll, but again, whatever we add, we're gonna start the next battle with it. We do have a cunning one here. We also have a wisdom one here. I don't think the muscle clusters are that important. We'll go for some trireme. All right, so out with it. We're gonna choose option 1. We are going to I don't know the difference between out with it and shut it. It seems a little weird, but yeah. So we're gonna basically we're gonna tell them our true intentions and hope they can be reasoned with, and we'll see what's up. So, but we gained a stranger, but that's probably better than Argo Fate. I can deal with strangers. We'll take a stranger. So we're gaining a stranger. So we have 2 strangers on board now. Hopefully you can find a city to start dealing with those. Strangers aren't great. They represent like basically, people on our ship that aren't happy, or someone that kind of snuffed on board, or a spy. Again, the ship is a huge city, so a lot of crazy things that happen there. We're gonna test wisdom 10. So we need a 10 or greater to succeed. I'm gonna roll 1 die. I'm at wisdom +1, so I need a 9 or greater. If I roll an 8, I can have everyone. Do I have to add the danger? I think I can add. May gain a. I think I can add the danger to everybody to add the +1 after the roll. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to do that, but that could be a little clearer. Tests. So we're gonna look at test on page 31, and adventure. So adventure test. Similarly, some abilities may allow you to add a bonus to the test unless stated all these effects may be declared. Oh, unless otherwise stated, all these effects must be declared before you perform the test. Then, after you roll the die, increase the result by the bonus. But all 4 of them need to do this? Woof. I kind of don't want to lose diplomacy here. I would like to, but I don't know if a danger for all these guys. But a danger for all these guys would actually make me. No, it's the rage that matters. Yeah, I don't think adding a danger for everybody is a good idea. Yeah, if I roll an 8, I'll be upset about it. But yeah, I'm not gonna. So it seems like I have to do that before if I'm reading this right. So I'm not gonna do +1 danger for everybody. That seems a little bit too risky. I will indeed roll this die. I need a 9 or a 10. A 4. To add a fate seems kind of silly when I'm only 1 out of 5 to succeed. So I'm just going to accept this failure. Trireme resources are not all that valuable to me right now. So I have failed. Reread the fail. Though they appreciate your honesty, your allegiance leaves them cold. So we get -1 on Hornsworn. We were already -1, so now we're -2. And that's a thing that we'll have to deal with. All right, so diplomacy -1. If we had succeeded, we got 2 trireme resources. That didn't happen. Regardless of the result, we read 001. Is that so? Says the scarred woman, gesturing for you to disembark. You Argonauts sure know how to make a grand entrance. That ship of yours certainly leaves an impression. Where did you get it? As you step onto the pier, warriors surround you and confiscate your weapons. There's no reason to resist yet. The flea market in Athens. So bold. Very well. Keep your secrets. The woman turns away from you and walks toward a tunnel chiseled in the rocky wall of the underground basin. The warriors encourage you to follow besides. Follow. Besides, she says absentmindedly, nobody goes to Athens anymore. You are led through an underground network of tunnels, clearly man-made, though crudely so. You pass several dugout alcoves serving as prison cells. From behind the bars, sunken eyes of famished men and women in torn horned guard uniforms follow your every move. You pass through a tunnel that's visibly older than the rest, where you notice a set of barely legible glyphs carved into the wall. Huh? That is 7. So there's a number. Oh, interesting. So there seems to be some kind of like pattern. I don't know if you're supposed to make notes on this crap. Probably. So there's like some kind of weird pattern. Where can I put notes? There's no place for notes. What is going on? Really? All right. So we know what 7 is. I think if we figure out this 4-digit code, that might lead to something. So I'm just gonna write it down because, what else am I doing? It's not like I'm live streaming this, to people who are patiently waiting for me to get through this story and get to a battle. I'm assuming they have not given me enough to actually crack this, but this equals 7. Most excellent. After some time, you enter a larger cave where a shattered fragment of a trireme's hull has been laid onto several rocks to make a makeshift table. A large man with a bushy beard, bushy beards? Yeah, I like this already. All right, leans over it, an intense thirst reflected in his deep-set eyes. They come from the iron ship, says the scarred woman. The man takes a long, hard look at you. You're not Simachi, but you're foreigners, just as well. I am Pirithos, the hand. These names, man. Why are you sniffing around my neck of the woods? You go for the least obliging answer. Information. Information? I am also looking for information. A Minoan ship is coming this way in a few hours, bringing envoys to Knossos. They possess answers I seek. Your ship will all but assure its capture. Help me, and I will share with you what I know. We are not pirates, and neither am I, yells Pirithous abruptly. I stood with Theseus when he entered the labyrinth. He was noble and just and would have brought prosperity to Crete. And those curs murdered him. They will return his bones to us with or without your help. He pauses and collects himself. I know more about you than you think. If not for information or honor, maybe you'll do it for a more tangible prize. We've seen one of the mindless giants, those creatures you parade on the deck of your ship, trapped in a grotto not far from here. If you help us, we'll tell you where to find him. Alright, information and a titan? Whatever. You promised to find Minos. You never said how you'd achieve it. Besides that, they'll do it with or without you. Your involvement may reduce the casualties. You help Pirithous. Sure, I'm going to help him. So I'm going to choose F1 because I don't fully appreciate if this is dumb or not. So we're going to mark off on the choice matrix F1. So that's done. And C0014. The other option I have is you may struggle to glean your purpose in this world, but you know this, you are not hired thugs. You refuse to help. That's no, I'm a hired thug, baby. Bring it on. All right, so we go to 0014. I am glad, says Pirithous, that you will see it my way. All of us, we have sworn on the broken horns of the Minotaur to seek justice for Theseus. Whatever brings us closer to our goal. Pirithous gives you a strange look. Your goal? He smirks. So we said to him, whatever brings us closer to our goal. Sorry, my voice acting sucks right now. Your goal, he smirks. As I see it, you're just running away from something. Running errands along the way, which suits me just fine. Now, let me tell you about the plan. The Minoan trireme is sticking to the coast. Pirithous wants to use the Argo to cut it off from the open sea, effectively creating a funnel that will lead the envoy ship right into the Hornsworn's hands. It's a simple plan and you don't want to dirty your hands. You follow Pirithous' plans, or you're not comfortable leaving the boarding to Pirithous' men. You agree to help, but prepare to take the trireme before it reaches the Hornsworn. Man. I think I'm just like screwed with these people anyway, so I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna help, but I'm gonna take the trireme before it reaches the Hornsworn. That's right. And we're just gonna steal. Why am I doing this? I don't know. It just seems more fun. It's a simple one. You want to get your hands dirty. 0003. So basically, no. I don't want to kill these people. You kill them yourself. Whatever. I'm going to do the first one. It's a simple plan. I don't want to get your hands dirty. We follow Protheus' plan. That sounds better. That evening, you coordinate a sea blockade to stop the Minoan trireme. Protheus' men do the rest. The clanging screams of battle are distant but painful reminders that everything comes with a cost. Later, Protheus is true to his word. He shares with you what he knows, including the whereabouts of the Wild Titan. All right, diplomacy +1 with the Hornsworn. So we're back to -1. But I killed some Minoans. So Minoan diplomacy is -2. So I went from +2 down to 0. Oops, that probably should have been something I was thinking about. So I'm not friendly with anybody. I gain a progress token. Most excellent. So now we have 2 of 6. And +1 Titan. I need Titans because, you know, I've killed them. I bet if I stayed off the coast and did the other thing, I wouldn't have gotten that Titan. And I like Titans. So we have 8 Dreamwalkers. And 1 has the Impetus Strain. The least likely Argonaut gains a Dream You Hold Memos card. So what's least likely? Let's figure this out. It's in the rulebook. I think the least likely Argonaut is going to be Olympia. Because she has only 1 Memos card. So least likely. All right, see least likely and most likely at page 32. And here we are. I think that's 31, Greg. Try 32. The least likely artist is the one with the least amount of Memos cards. In case of a tie, the least amount of Memos nodes. So 1 Memos card each. Least amount of nodes is, wait. Do we count faded Memos cards? I don't think so. Faded Memos cards and faded nodes do not count. So they both have 1, and they both have 1 node. She's got Minoan heritage, so she probably isn't happy about what we just did at all. So we're gonna kind of come and we're gonna give this to Raz and kind of maybe overcome this faded Memos crap. So the least likely Argonaut, in case of a tie, choose randomly. Oh, it's got to be a random choice. My bad. So it's got to be, there's one Memos card and 1 node, 1 Memos card and 1 node. It's going to be randomly chosen between those 2. I rolled a 2. It's going to be Raz anyway. So we're going to go to our Memos cards, which are here. And I'm looking for A Dream You Hold card. A dream you hold. And that dream is that I stop singing. All right, here we go. And on the back, you are not some castaway on life's tumultuous ocean. Come hell or high water, you will fulfill your dream. Dun, dun, dun. So this gives us the Titans adjacent to you have +1 precision. Oh, okay. It's great. Dream, Voyage, and Fate. 3 new keywords, which is nice. And we're gonna write this onto Raz's thing. A dream you hold. And the stat boosts are going to be 1 in wisdom and 1 in will. So we come up here. Wisdom is now a 2. And will is now a 1. That's that. That is the end of the hub adventure. That's done. We can move on with our round. So again, let me check the chat, by the way. You know I passed it for the scouts. I was just also craft the defensive items, by the way. See, we often think alike. Also, I'm leaving like 5 minutes for a big football game. Nice. So we've been your own out with our fine labby. The extra terrain from Hub Adventures, you only had the latest one. The previous one was removed. Sorry, Delay Run, you add only the first one, you discard the rest. Wow. Woof. Okay. Interesting. I gotta see where the heck that is. Sorry for everyone with advantage rules. Please check the rulebook about how they work. The main thing to remember is, unless otherwise stated, by default, you have to create them. They are not initially available. Raskins, hello. Is this based on the 2.1 combat phase? Don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Most tests work such that the Argonaut rolls individually. Then you count the number of successes, but it depends on the test. Make notes about the patron patterns. Leaving now. Good luck. You make the worst choices. Scott, what's up? I am sure you said this previously. What do you think of this large game so far? Yeah, man. I mean, it's large. I think it's excellent. I think it's ambitious. I think they could have spent a lot more time making it more player friendly. But if you have the time to invest and you have the one or two friends you want to do it with, I think it's a big investment though. This is my concern for this game is that someone's gonna spend $1,000 and like just never crack it. And like that's just the worst case scenario, right? Unless you just love collecting. And if you love collecting, that's great. I'm not trying to take that away from you. But like ultimately, if you really want to play this game, there is a steep learning curve. And it's going to take some time before you really feel like you have your feet under you. I've definitely benefited from being able to do this live for all doing my mistakes for all the world to see is actually really drastically accelerated my learning curve. So, if you want to start a YouTube channel and put your first couple of plays out there and see if someone can help you along, that'd be great. But yeah, it's an excellent game. I'm very impressed with it, and just the scale of it, the story of it, the world building, the art, like it's just there's so much going on, man, and it's really really intense, and I really dig it. All right, so that was the expedition step. We now go to the encounter. Oh wait, is there a timeline story? Nope, that's going to be in the story step. Great. Encounter step, there is no encounter on the battle mat, so that's fine. The advancement step, so we have to research something. Saget said, I also used to craft defensive items. You know, my passion is for the scouts. Advancement step. The timeline does not let me get an enhancement. That is correct. So no new technologies. That's fine. I can craft something. Maybe I'll get a Sail Spolus, because I would like to have some armor that doesn't take up a hand slot. Yeah, I think there's still only 2 of each of these. Sail Spolus. Oh, there's 3 spell. Oh, there's so much Sail Spolus. So the Sail Spolus, so I can try to get the Sail Spolus are 3 armament and 5 raw ambrosia. I don't think I have enough raw ambrosia left. I do not. So much for that attempt. I hate when you run out of ambrosia. And I seriously, every time I say ambrosia, I think about my childhood and how much I loved my grandmother's ambrosia salad. So that's fun. Story time with Greg of a different variety. Excellent. All right, we're going to go to the story step. Resolve the story progression. We are not at 6 progress tokens, so that's fine. Resolve the story events noted on the timeline. There is a story event noted on the timeline. Is the Cackle special event. Now, there was something bad that could have happened that would have moved this forward, so I hope that the fact that I did not have to move this forward is a good thing. Now, the question is, can I find where the special events are? And that's going to be another special. Hey, look at that, man! I really hate that they didn't put this content thing in alphabetical order. The numbers are fine, but you literally listed 30 things in no special order at all. Like, that's not very cool. All right, special events, Cackle. So special events are on page 83. Let's see what this is. More story time with Greg. How could there be? A storm brews on the west end. Fat, menacing clouds cluster low on the horizon, honeycombed by lightning bolts stabbing the waterline like jagged spears. As you watch the unfolding weather phenomena, mesmerized by the sheer violence of it, you notice a movement, a minuscule blot of blackness, darker even than the clouds. It's gaining speed, heading toward the Argo. "It is back," said the old priest with a grim expression. "The terrible foe. No matter how far we escape, no matter how gravely we wound it, it comes back to haunt us. The scourge of Hermes. It will not cease until the Argo is destroyed. Then we face to head it," says one of you with a determined voice. The old priest smiles softly. "Brave, you are not strong enough. You will be in time. Of that I have no doubt, but for now we need to evade it. Bide our time. As you are about to leave, the priest adds, it will catch up to us eventually. When that happens, do not be fooled by its bestial demeanor. It is a cunning enemy, and it sees us as its playthings. I think that is why it allowed us to progress thus far. To play. In battle do not show strength until you are certain you can finish it. You look back to the horizon. The rumble of the storm now sounds like a sinister cackle. Spawn the Hermesian pursuer 4 map tiles away from the Argo, or as far from the Argo as possible. Add the cackle exploration card to the exploration deck, see the adversary rules in the rulebook for more info. So I do not have this mini close by, so we're going to spawn this dude here. That's a thing. And we'll start moving him. Yeah, so that stone is him for now because the minis I have over there pretty far from the camera. Sorry about that. And then we're going to add an exploration card to the thing. So where are the extra exploration cards? They're over here. We're going to want to get the one that says cackle. And oof, that's rough. Wolf. And we now shuffle this into the exploration deck. All right. Yeah, I think that was it. 83. See the adversary rules the rulebook for more details, blah, blah, and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we now have a Memos breakthrough. If all the nodes are resolve secret codes, if any. Great. So we have level 1 is done. We're going to get up to level 2. So if I'm at danger 4+, I can discard this when I'm about to perform a power roll to add a black die to my power roll. Again, the power dice are red, then black, then white as far as order of progression. So we finished the first level of Death Follows. I am going to write a code in there. It is M031. So M031 goes there. And I think that's going to lead me to a story. Is there Memo stories in here or memo stories? Faded Conundrum, Man of Purpose. Memos breakthroughs. There are memo stories. More story time with Greg, which I think would get really old if I wasn't playing this solo. It's funny. All right. They are adding a narration component to the most latest Kickstarter, and I think that's pretty important. So M031. Death Follows. Where are you at? What order is this in? Oh, it's an alphabetical order. Woof. This is, here we go. Death follows. The dream is more vivid now. You open your eyes, you feel an immense pressure on your chest, a tremendous weight pushing down on you. You see nothing but darkness, warm and cloying. The stench is terrible, pungent and sweet. That's when you see it, barely visible in the tiny sliver of light that keeps down to you. That seeps down to you, not keeps down to you. Sliding past you, slick with blood and other grime, the face of a young man is mere inches from your own. His eyes are closed, his jaw hanging slackly open. You knew him once, the miller's son who grew up alongside you. You try to back away, but a hand slithers over your shoulder. You are trapped in a tangle of limbs, torsos, and heads atop limp necks. You've awoken in a pile of corpses. Your emotions become more frantic, shoving powerfully against the crushing weight above, trying as hard as you can to burrow your way out. Claustrophobia seizes your throat, panic flooding your mind until you finally break the surface, emerging in a flurry of flailing limbs. Your shoulders heave as you try to draw in enough air and look about. A deep pit surrounds you, coarse earth forming steep slopes that contain dozens of bodies, the bodies of the people of your home mercilessly slaughtered, and you left standing as the sole survivor. Overhead, the skies boil with dark black clouds as fat droplets of rain splatter down upon your upturned face. Crawling out of the corpse pile, you glance down to your belly, remembering the blade that pierced you, the burning pain as your lifeblood poured out across the ground. A jagged scar remains where the wound once was. You glance up and spot a figure standing over the pit, glaring down at you. They are tall, gaunt, and clad in a heavy black robe that obscures all their features. They watch you in silence for a moment, then turn away. They vanish. You are alone. You desperately clamber out of the pit, your fingers clawing at soil that is rapidly turning to mud. You look around, but there is no sign of the figure. Questions assault your mind, foremost of which being, how are you standing here, still alive, and why? You walk away from the pit, your mind troubled, your spirit ill at ease. During the next battle, the first time you draw a major or worse trauma card, you force another random Titan to draw it. Instead, note breakthrough M041 on your memos track. Huh? I don't know why I would do that. Note breakthrough 041. Am I not supposed to? Do I not supposed to read this? Why am I noting 041? Alright, memos cards. I don't know, because I mean, it's on my memos card. Why wouldn't I just... This makes no sense. Memos nodes, memos breakthroughs, 27, 29. And mark the symbol as resolved. Memos breakthroughs are similar to hub adventures. Yeah, I don't know why it says that. That seems a little weird. It's just telling me what the next one is I read when I get... Yeah, I don't know why it's telling me to write that down. So it is what it is. I mean, it's on the card, so like... Unless I wasn't supposed to have level 1? No, I think you start with level 1. Yeah, you definitely start with level 1. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, kids. I'm not smart enough for this. But we'll figure it out. I think it just is just telling me what the next code is. But again, it's already on the card, so I don't know why it would tell me it here and on the card. It doesn't really make much sense to me. But the first time I draw a major or worse, I can do something else. So... major... So equal to or greater than major. Force another random Titan. No, I force other random Titan to draw. Okay. Great. And it's only during the next battle, so I think that's totally fine. Matt Flair, yes, the book is telling you to write the next number on your sheet so you know what the next one is to read. I don't think the memos card originally were designed with all the numbers on them. Thank you, Matt. That makes some sense. It's also slightly confusing. But, you know, maybe I'm just easily confused. Maybe this is what I'm really learning about myself as I try to learn games. I'm just always confused. This is great. All right, Doom Step. We have 4 or 5 Dooms, so we're good there. End Step, the tile I'm on now becomes explored. Ugh. Let's stay with the Hornsworn because I just pissed off the Minoans, so why not? So we're going to stay on the coast. We're going to go to card number 30. This is the move step. The tile I'm leaving now becomes explored. The tile I'm going to is still unexplored. Do I finally have a city? Because I would like to get rid of some... So there's a river. I can't get there because there's locked. So I need some technology to get into that river. There's no doom. There's no progress. There's a Titan here. I'm going to be in my limit, though, in a heartbeat. This is Hornsworn territory, and I don't know what that banner is. So that's a thing. So timeline step. We are doing a battle today. We are in round 07. I'm going to get a 9th Titan. Again, all Dreamwalkers. My Titan limit is 9 out of 10, and one of them has a special strain. There are no adventures on here. So again, I already started resolving the symbol, so we went right to the exploration step. I'm very much not sure what that river is. Oh, I just went the same. That's fine. Oh, it's fine. It's fine, so it be. Let's, why does that say, where's that? There's like a banner. It says like asterisk 4, asterisk 7. I don't know what that means. Why is there a banner on my card? There are no banners on any of these things. Come on, man. Map symbols. Restricted symbol informs you that you require an additional technology to move through this waterway. Storybooks as well as Doom cards. If you don't find the rules pertaining to a specific symbol, don't worry, they become relevant later. The notes. Yeah, so we don't know the rules to that symbol. They'll become relevant later, I assume. So yeah, asterisk 4, asterisk 7, we're just going to ignore for now. I need to see the rules for that adversary. It told me what page to go to in here. So this is page 83. See, adversary rules. Nope, it didn't tell me the page. It just says see adversary rules. Ah, great. Adversary rules, where are you? Woof. Alright. Adversary symbol. Moving the Argonaut's actions are sure to draw the attentions of vile forces represented by adversaries. Special priorities, they hunt the Argo. Once the adversary has been reduced, whenever you encounter an expedition card, if the adversary is present on the map, move it. The adversary is not on the map. You've encountered 2. Spawn the adversary. Whenever you encounter an adversary symbol on any game element, you must perform an adversary activation as normal. With the following exception, it only takes 1 adversary symbol to spawn the adversary. Adversary movement rules. There are special rules. The adversary moves 1 tile per symbol. It can only move vertically or horizontally. It can move onto any adjacent map tile. Even if it's not connected by a directional arrow. It ignores tile sectors and map symbols. If there is more than 1 equally viable path, the adversary prioritizes horizontal as long as it brings you closer to the Argo. The adversary is already in the state house of the Argo during the activation. It does not move, but will still trigger the adversary battle. If an adversary activation happens during a battle, you must resolve it as soon as the current battle ends. We mentioned any game element because the adversary, though primarily active in the exploration step, may move during different parts of the game. For example, after awakening or from gaining a primordial loot card. Most excellent. So we're going to hope we don't see the adversary today because I'm already having 1 battle. So I'm going to shuffle the exploration deck because we're now in the exploration phase. The first step was to resolve the symbol, resolve the Titan symbol. The second step of the exploration phase is the exploration draw. So we're resolving each card one by one until we draw a card with an end stack symbol. Bam! So gain 2 monument resources. So my monument resources go up to a 4. I got that symbol, so this dude is going to go here. Most excellent. That's a temple ruins. It has end stack. We go next. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Cackle. Wait a second. Do I have to battle him first? What is happening? Oh, this is going to go bad, kids. This is going to go bad. And I don't know. Maybe we don't do a battle today. Maybe we just do battles next week, cuz like I think I need to read some rules. We've been doing an hour and a half. Woof. Dropping phones. I don't even have the adversary on the board. I don't know. I was not ready for this. The priests were not ready. Like, and of course, so I moved north, which is probably dumb. I don't even know this guy's name. Who's my adversary? The Hermesian Pursuer. He sounds super fun. Sun Descendant, Hyper Time. Oh, man. This is not going to end well. Alpha Tenemos, Warkeeper. I think I am in other battles. Whoa, some of this art is so badass. Sender, Dawnburner. The heck? I mean, he's not on the back of any of these, right? That's like the only card I think that gets him up to me, which is so gross. I don't see how I would win this. Chimera. That's what I get for going north. I opened the door. There's 18. Here we go. I just missed it. Woo! Hermesian Pursuer. I don't even have these cards out. But this is cycle 2. Are you cycle 2? This looks like it's the color of cycle 2. Are you cycle 2? I mean, he's definitely blue. He has some. He has an X. Yeah, here he is. I can't win this, right? Someone tell me I can't win this. What is your symbol, dude? God, you're ugly. You're ugly. Beepity beep beep. Oh, man. So, Cackle, he moves here. We have to draw again. I get an armament resource. I'm not friendly. That is end thing. Armament resource gets me up to 9. Yeah, this is really messing with how I think today should go. I just don't want to. Woof. Level 1, he has Toying, Killjoy, Winged Foam, and Flares. 1+. 1 plus 1. What's the 1 plus? I'm super confused. Oh, all things have these, right? Level 2. So toying, apply the following modifiers to all Hermes and Pursuer attacks. -1 attack die. -1. Oh. -1 evade die. Oh, so it's easier to evade. -1 danger per hit. As long as she is active, the end of hope trait is disabled. Okay. So I don't have to do the signature at the end of the primordial round. He's unlimited movement because of Winged Doom. Permanently lose 1 equipped card. Woof. Triggers are prompted, and each time a Titan performs a full evade or reduces all damage from an attack to 0. Wait, permanently? Like forever? Out of the game? That can't be right. When instructed to draw and resolve a flare card, draw the top card from the flare deck, resolve it and discard it face up. If the flare deck runs out of cards, shuffle the discarded flare cards to form a new flare deck. R. I don't know what R is. Yeah, man. I'm worried about trying to put this on the channel right now. Because I worry about things. It's like an R slash something. Battle setup, board edge. Primordial positioning. Blind spots. Space running out C. Titans of blind spots are excluded in targeting. Oh, so it's rear, but it's also a blind spot. The gear goes back in the box. Oof, that's horrendous. So it's almost like you don't want to reduce damage because I can't afford to lose that much gear. Woof. So 10 to kill. Battle setup, positioning. Victory. Where am I checking boxes? What is... Oh, here. There's a symbol there, which I don't think I need to word that. Is E1 marked? No, I didn't mark E1. All right. Depending on the number of marked boxes on the Herpesian Pursuer track, there is to be as soon as 1 Titan dies. Woof. But there are no boxes marked. Yeah, this is a lot, dude. Battles, primordial. All right, we'll try it. So the problem is, I think I immediately battle him. Then I'm gonna have no gear when I battle the next guy. Oh, it's just so bad. This is horrendous. Oh, it doesn't even say. Oh, there we go. All right, let me take a break. Let me get the pursuer, and then we'll try to figure this out. We'll muddle along, kids. We will muddle along. We're gonna shuffle these back in here. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. For better or worse. All right. Leoculus, we're just gonna do it, kids. We're just gonna do it. So we have to have a battle. So we're still in the exploration phase, kind of. Resolve the adversary battle. And yep, that's it. And so we're gonna come back, we'll do the expedition step next. So we'll see how long this takes, and we might just take a break in the middle of day 7. I'm gonna put our favorite bull over there. Sorry, dude. Bye, Labby. We got Hermie. Hermes in the house. It's a bit of a glare. I'll try to get rid of that, like so. Hermes routine card's gonna go here. Hermes signature card. Does Hermes not have a signature card? They all have a signature card, right? Wolf. Where's it? Where's your signature card? Wolf. That could be not good. So I got what? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we have our body part cards there. Here's a signature card. No, this is a flare deck. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 4 flare cards. Signature cards here. This goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 AI cards. They're fresh out the box, kids. 6. All right, cool. So I'm going to shuffle up the AI deck. I'm going to put these over here on the Doom card as our little staging area for AI and body part cards. So AI cards here, body part cards. I will roll a die in the middle of the game. Actually, I'll roll a die to set the top cards. So body part 5, this card's on top. AI, counting from the bottom always because I'm a weirdo, and that card's on top. So AI 2 and AI 3 will go over here, and body part 2 and body part 3 will go here. And we have these flare cards, which I'll roll a die. There's only 4 of them, so 2's on top. We'll put that up here. All right, we're taking this off the board. I'm going to write this down. I'm probably not coming back to this today. So map tile I'm on is number 30. And the order I went was 34, 20, 29, 34, 35, and 30. No, 34, 35, 30. Alrighty then. So that's out. I'm going to remove all this. Last visited city is still way back there. 1, 2. Alright, these are all out. Over here, Argo's over here, this is over here, and now we have to set up our boards. So we go to the bottom of the thing, the Pursuer Battle. We're going to do a terrible foe awaits you. So story time with Greg. A terrible foe awaits you. Has pursued you on moth's wings across the great sea like the messenger Hermes itself. Himself. It is cruel and it is cunning. It is a seething hatred for mortals and titans alike. You knew not what you had done to draw its ire, but it is as inevitable as the tide. It knows the Argo's scent, and it will not stop until it extinguishes every living soul on board. For the pursuer, titans are mere playthings, and in play does it indulge. In that, Argonauts, there is hope. Exploit its cruelty and bide your time until you grow strong. Exploit its cruelty. Bide your time until you go strong. All right, standard preparations. We're going to go to page 34 of the rulebook. And do this. So the battle board, decks, and tokens. So we're going to suffer the shuffle, the trauma decks. So minor trauma, major trauma, I will just roll a die for the Obel. Again, Obel has 2 cards. It's one says you live, one says you die. Yeah, this doing this battle now was not on the agenda. I guess I'm kind of excited about it. I'm a little annoyed about it. If I was off camera, I'd be like probably equally excited and annoyed. It just feels like this is going to end poorly. And I think I had the extra Obel cards in here accidentally. Yep. There are 4 other Obel cards which can get added to the deck at certain points. Remember, one of my dudes is Maze Touched. I think that is Heraclides. That was an affliction. I spent 5 minutes looking for a Maze Touch card at the last playthrough, and there is none, so that was fun. These Obel cards can come over here. This rulebook is falling apart. Put those, is that right? 62, 63. Yeah, for me, pages 63 from 78 have fallen out of my rulebook, so that's super cool. All right. Decks are shuffled. Argonauts are good. Triskelions are in place. Remember, there is a 1 ability on all of our Titans. It is called the Rush. I could do it if I have 2+ danger. Then I could take a fate. I can do a complicated action of a move and attack with an auto break token added. I can only do it if I'm 3+ away, and I have to move the shortest possible distance on the way there. We could get rid of Heraclides. Heraclides is sheet. Put that underneath for now. This comes over here. Let's keep him with a leader token. He really earned the respect of everybody else with his performance in the last battle, which was heroic, to say the least. All right. Titans, we're good with that. Gear loadouts. Let's give out some gear, shall we? So, I'm obviously scared to lose gear. I'm not sure I want to be reducing stuff to 0 here, so I'm assuming rerolls and stuff are always optional. Don't see why it wouldn't be. Right, you wouldn't be forced to reroll if it was good, so why would you force to reroll if it was bad? But I definitely need things to attack with. We had this petrified javelin thing, siren teeth. We'll give the siren teeth to the guy, the one with the most wisdom. Wisdom 1. Oh, sorry, Kratos Coppice. Nope. Carving. Yeah, you test wisdom for that. Wisdom 1. Wisdom 2, so we'll give that to Raz. And Wolf. I don't even have enough. Well, yeah, we'll give everyone 2. Ugh, this is gonna be really bad. This is going to be painful. All right, boat mace, petrified javelin, siren teeth. Just kind of randomly putting crap out. She can't go last, but she's got the most wisdom. Who's got a hand? You have a hand. I definitely don't want to lose that. I definitely don't want to lose this. Sails bolus. Boat mace. Great. I'm not gonna go nuts here. All right, gear loadouts. Players can choose the Argo abilities they want to use during the battle. We have 2 of them that I do want to use. So we're going to have the Crisis Protocol. It has 2 charges. I forget what we use for charge tokens. Oh, that's way off the screen, isn't it? That's fine. Yeah, that's fine if that's off the screen. I'll put the Obel cards. over here. We'll shift these up. So we have Crisis Protocol, and we have the other Argo ability of the Arrow Barrage. Arrow Barrage has 3 things. I can place a break token or 2 opening tokens in the Kratos pool 3 times during the battle. And Crisis Protocol there. I guess I can use those Argo abilities. When can I use Argo abilities? That's a good question. Primordial attack. Let's see if I can get there quicker using the glossary, the master index. Argo abilities. Argo abilities, page 55. Gain to start a battle. Discard one of his charges. Are these charges? I guess these are charges. I don't know if anything else would be charged. Or are they the yellows? They're probably the yellows, which is silly. Yeah, great. So we have 2 charges here. Yeah, these tokens I find extremely unnecessary. But maybe they'll get better and more useful as the game goes. Alright, done and done. In general, Argo abilities can be used at any moment in the Titan round. Oh, in general, Argo abilities can be used during any moment of the Titan round, excluding in the middle of actions. Unless explicitly stated, some Argo abilities, however, specify the exact moment when they can be used, either during the Titan round or the primordial round. Great. Done. You can use many Argo abilities as you want, but each one can only be used once per round. And that's fine. Go back to page 34. Primordial. Place primordial sheet on in front of you. He goes on the designated space. He's going to come here. We already set up the AI and the body part decks, terrain, and Titan placement. Great. Primordial positioning. Place the information administrator on the indicated space instead of the board, determining facing direction. It doesn't tell me how. Usually it's just looking at the bottom card of the minor trauma deck, but once it was look at the top card and then put it on the bottom, which made no sense to me. So we'll just look at the bottom card of the minor trauma deck. The facing is going to be a circle. Oh, come on, man. So I gotta get back here to turn his face. Silly. Determine facing. Primordial diagram. Yeah, what's the circle mean? The rules for placement I found the scenario books at the end of the storybook. This might be in the learn to play. Battle sub. Look at the arrow in the lower left corner, but there is no arrow. It's the stupid circle thing. So I don't know what that means. We'll get the Titans on the board first, but I mean, why, like the learn to play, there's a lack, like when you come across a symbol that's just like nowhere defined, or like just not defined in the most obvious place, it is extremely frustrating in this game. And that indeed happens a lot. And part of me just wants to pick another freaking thing, but I mean, part of me wants to actually learn the rule. Primordial, take all, place it nearby, primordial positioning, battles hand up primordial positioning in order to different ways. The rules for primordial's placement can be found in the storybook rules at the end of the storybook. And why this wasn't standardized is another goofy thing that I don't really understand. Determine facing direction. But I'm trying to, but I can't because you didn't tell me what to do if I get a certain symbol that I'm getting, which doesn't make any sense. So if I go to the Hekaton battle, there's an arrow, but I don't know. There's no arrow. I'm getting a circle. Kids. Primordial. I'll Google it. Great. Hi, what's up, John B? Thinking about backing this. What was the question? Best player BGG. Say it says you choose direction. Thank you. So stupid. All right, I have a bunch of fists. These go away. I might need them if I lose my gear. Getting very frustrated, which is fine. We are going to go to over here. We got to get back to the pursuer battle, which is back here, and we got to put out all of this terrain. I'm glad I did not set up the terrain for Labby, who I thought I would be facing today, because that would have been really funny. And by funny, I mean insane. So that goes there. I'm just setting out the different Titans. Now, the Titans have names. I will be using the names of the Argonaut for simplicity. And there. That's correct. I need 16 columns. My columns are all over here. We're going to put them out. I'm going to throw one on the floor because it's super fun. All right. Column. 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 And two more. Well, more than two more. There you go. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, this is a stone. All right, so those are the 16 columns. We need 4 of the ambrosia pools. So I'm going to throw those on the floor too, because I had so much fun when I threw the other things on the floor. So we're going to put these 2 here, these 2 here, or this one here. It's a 2x2. This one goes here, and this one goes here. So what is the effect of these terrains? That's an excellent question. I'm glad you asked it. Remember, we also have a maze out thing. Battle track. Mark the leftmost any spots to pursue a battle track. skip this. The pursuer doesn't evolve, it is always going to be level 1. Mark the leftmost spot of the pursuer battle track. Does that include this triangle? I'm assuming. I assume it includes a triangle, because if that sucker is going to kill me if I have 1 box. Check the number of boxes marked. The Argonaut defeated as soon as 1 Titan dies is just insane. Or do I not check the triangle? It says box, so why would it not? Alright, I'm assuming it's box and not triangle, which means if 1 Titan dies, I lose, I think. There's a mark by the adversary battle track, disable the toying trait. There's a mark by the adversary battle track. But if I mark what? Is it, I mean, what? Mark less than the box of battle track. If there's a mark by the adversary battle track, disable the toying trait. It's primordial positioning circle symbols use direction. If anyone is watching later is wondering, the circle direction symbol is defined on page 8. I mean, okay. But why would it not be where it's in? Page 8 of what? Oh my. Oh, choosing random direction. Great. Yeah, that should be. So it's nowhere close to where I need it to be, but it's there. Awesome. Okay, that's great. That's bananas, dude. Maze Outcrop was the first thing I got. Was it, or is that the second? No, Maze Outcrop was the first one I got. So this is now also on the board. I don't know when I was supposed to add that. So I guess, yeah, there's a mark. I think I ignore the triangle. I assume I checked the box 1. I need to get the terrain for columns. I might need the labyrinth, and we definitely need the ambrosia pool, which is different than the ambrosia elephant and the ambrosia trail. And here we go. Most excellent. All right. Ambrosia. When a Titan ends its movement on this tile, voluntarily or not, it gains 1 ambrosia token. If a Titan starts its turn on this tile, doesn't move until the end of it, it gains 1 ambrosia token. If a Titan moves through this tile but does not end its movement on it, roll a d10 on a 6+, gain an ambrosia token. Ambrosia could be super bad. Labyrinth tiles, we'll deal about those if they come up. And column, obstacle, obscuring, destructible. If you push from a primordial on this tile, roll it, blah, blah, blah. Something can happen. If if we get pushed into it, there's like crash effects and a whole bunch of other potential bad things. But I'll just put these terrain cards. It's gonna be useless. I'll put them here like so. We're also gonna have a maze outcrop because that came with the hub adventure I did. It goes in the inner 3. So this is gonna have to be in the rule book. This is seems like a rule that didn't need to exist, but what do I know? Yeah, we'll go for we'll probably should be in the terrain section of the rule book is my guess. Trespass token, a bunch of keywords. Terrain. Terrain is part of blah blah. Hub adventure well some. If an effect instructs you to add terrain to a timeline battle, note it on the timeline. Oh, it only goes to a timeline battle. This is not a timeline battle. When a terrain tile is destroyed, so remove it when the terrain tile is placed. For the more desolate the battlefield, the better. A terrain shell terrain. Siren shell terrain may provide additional hiding or counter terrain is an ideal trap to push a part into, but the monsters are drawn to mortal settlements like cities where they can do the most harm. Terrain is set up as part of every battle scenario, but other game modes may also introduce additional terrain tiles on the board. Hub adventures and adventure terrain. See adventure terrain page 31. Adventure terrain. Each hub associated terrain that you add for the upcoming time of the battle if you go into the adventure. Once you establish which adventure you're about to resolve, consult the adventure, blah blah, and the terrain's placement of the timer battle on the day of the earliest upcoming terrain battle. Time of battle. This terrain affects only a time of battle, not a battle triggered any other way. If an adventure terrain is already noted for this day, ignore this instruction. Alright, so the next timeline battle, so we should have noted this on our sheet here. Our next timeline battle is going to have a maze outcrop, but that does not get added for the adversary battle. And now we know. Alright, we'll put that over here. Most excellent. I think we're doing well, kids. So, let's, we have the flare cards. Depending on the number of boxes marked on the Hermes Pursuer Shack. So there's one box marked. So we only need 5 wounds. But if one Titan dies, I lose. Victory conditions tease. When this happens, you may proceed to victory tease or continue the battle. Oh. I see. All right, so I could end this at 5 wounds and just be done, which is probably the right thing to do. Or at that point, depending on the number of marked boxes I meet in Pursuer Battle Track, the Argonaut may win as soon as the Pursuer suffers 5 wounds, because I have 1 box marked. When this happens, you may proceed to victory, tease, or continue the battle. If you decide to continue the battle, you cannot change your mind. Depending on the number of boxes marked, the Argonauts are defeated. So if I lose a Titan, so basically this is going to be like a 5 wounds, victory condition, tease, or 1 Titan dies, and that's that. So 5 wounds is definitely the way to go. I am very scared about losing gear. That would be a problem for me. All right. Dieter, what's up? Hi, Greg. Glad to catch you live one time, not in my time zone. One last thanks for your support with the Too Many Bones chip stackers. Watch your VODs. Usually keep up the great work. Thank you, Dieter. Impressive rule set. Gotta skip this one. Yeah, dude. Woo! It's just the little things, man. It's just like the rules make sense. Like once you know them, you know them. Like, but it's just like the information. Like, look, if you're telling me to do a random setup, a random location thing, and then I pull the symbol, like why is the definition of that symbol nowhere in the place where it's telling me to do like look at a card, right? Like, so it's just the little things like that that just make the learning curve of this game really, really frustrating at times. But ultimately, I think we're fine. Let's remember all our rules here. So the pursuer attacks, I can roll one less evade die, -1 danger. That will get. I don't understand the mark of when that goes away. So I assume that will be in the. I don't know. At some point that's going to go away, but something's very weird about this. Hermesian Pursuer has unlimited movement, so he'll always have a target, I guess, unless I just hide behind things. The Ambrosia pool is not obscuring, it's not an obstacle, so there's still line of sight over that. The Killjoy permanently lose 1 equipped card each time a Titan performs a full evade or reduces all damage from an attack to 0, so I don't want to do that. End of primordial round, perform signature. 1+ flares. When starts to draw and resolve a flare card, draw the top card of the deck, resolve it, discard it face up. If the flare deck runs out of cards, shuffle the discarded flare cards to form a new flare deck. Most excellent. I might, if this is going to be a shorter battle, I might actually be adding. Why would I add? I could add the. I could add the danger to do a rush ability. That would be pretty crazy. So we're gonna do the first primordial attack. What's up, M? Greetings, everybody. Greetings to you, sir or ma'am. We're going to draw this card, and this is the first attack. I'm going to then roll this die, and we'll figure out what the second card is. Again, I rolled a 2, so that's going to be the next one on top. It is a level 1 card. The first time I played this, I was rolling dice as I pulled, and then I was not getting the max benefit of information that is on the backs of the cards, so I was promptly corrected about that multiple times. Holy crap. This is a this is bad. All right. The relentless push target is priority target, insight, in range. It's obviously in range because it's unlimited movement. When priority target's actually up here. So it's going to be Heraclides and insight in range. Ooh, are you in sight? I think it's in sight. Right. It has no sight behind it, but I'm pretty sure it has sight. It doesn't say in front. It's not in front, but it's still in sight. So nothing's blocking the sight lines. And it's definitely in range. Again, it can't see right behind it. So it's like a good place to hide things. So it's going to move and attack. Each hit does 2 damage and then 1 Ambrosia token total. If my fate was 3+, it would be a pushback of an 8. I have a move thing so I can take 2 and move 1 space with reflex and then exhaust that. Yeah, I don't hate that. But he's going to combat me, so he's going to go 1. He would go over terrain. 2. He always moves, right, he always moves like diagonally, so I can decide how I want him to go. So I go like 1, 2, 3, or he's going to go 1, 2, 3. and then he'll face me to attack. He's now on the Ambrosia pool, which is fine. They just ignore terrain as they move. He's cute, man. I like him. You're a cute little bird. All right. He's now attacking me. I roll 3 dice to evade. So I roll the crit die and these 2. I'm going to roll this here. And I successfully evade on a 9 plus. I rolled 1 9. I could take fate to re-roll stuff. Don't want to. The total is reduces -1 per hit to a minimum 1, so I'm only taking 2 danger, which is fine. When I take 2 danger, I draw a minor trauma, and I gain an Ambrosia token. There's rules about how many of these I can take, which I'm forgetting, so I need to look this up. The minor trauma is going to be marked for glory. You gain a priority target. If you may gain, I already had it, so I'm not gaining it. If you already have it, gain 1 positive precision token. That's cool. This minor trauma, this is great. So I get 1 positive precision token, which means that I am more likely to hit. If I can find the precision tokens, I really don't love these tokens. I find them cumbersome and not great. So that's butts. All right, are you precision? I think this is precision. So positive. So my hits are now. I have a +1 to all dice results. I think for the rest of the battle. But I will need to look them up to be totally sure. All right, so lots of things I'm looking up. So Mar for Glory, this goes at the bottom of the minor trauma deck. We'll just I'll put a face up for discarding. It's fine. Now what? So discard a condition token. This is, I think, a condition token, or actually discard a condition card. Haunted, once per adventure, may reroll any. Once per adventure. Oh, that's not a battle thing. Oh. So let's go. We're going back. I should have re-rolled a d10. Don't be a 9 or a 10. That'd be confusing. Oh my gosh. Once per adventure, I already had that. I should have re-rolled a d10 that is going to change things on the hub adventure. And I'm definitely taking that because I just rolled a 10. So, holy crap. Yeah, I just forgot about that benefit. All right. So, there's still more to this attack, and then we'll go back. So, it's pushback 5, pushback 8 instead. And then after attack of my fate is 5 plus, it performs a signature. The signature is another attack, which is pretty gross. Instead, I'm going to take 2 fate and use this reflex so I don't get pushed because I do not want this thing to move. So I go from 0 fate to 2 fate, and I could do a reflex, which allows me to move 1 space. I'm going to move here. So actually, I don't think it's going to attack me now. So remind me that the Haunted I'm going to put underneath the Siren Survivor because that's only for adventures. That's not for battles. And let's see how this pushback works if it can't actually push me. Pushback. Target effective administrators, board edge. Yeah, it can't actually get to me, so I don't think it would push. It's a board edge, shortest path. That's not gonna work. Turn the source to the effective minister, then move X paces in a direction of the effective minister, pushing in a straight line. The effective minister is not adjacent, so it's still going to do the pushback. So even if I try to move, it doesn't matter. The problem is it pushes me very far from the rest of the Titans, which is going to be annoying. If Titan's opponent is whether pushed into a board edge, it is displaced to an adjacent space. Let the switch push move out to a space approved, but displacement is possible. +5. Is the column going to be destroyed now? Yeah, so I didn't use the reflex because there was no point. But he's going to push back 5. The column, where the column rules, they're here. Obstacle extruing. If you push onto her, so I gotta look up destructible. The Titan is a monster moved into style, the tile is destroyed. But obstacle, Titans cannot move through obstacles. Many interact with obstacles. He pushed back in 63. Pushback, destructible obstacle. If the Titan is about to push through a destructible obstacle, remove the Titan. The Titan just crash to continue pushback. The Titan is about to push into the primordial movement. Does it just ignore the thing then? Ambrosia. Each has a abrasion limit. Your abrasion limit is 4. If you have multiple elements, blah, blah, blah. If any point of your abrasion limit tokens is higher than your abrasion limit, you die. If you're not, you just simply die. That is a... Is that a condition? Is Ambrosia a condition? I don't think it's... No, it's probably not a condition. Is that a condition token? That's a good question. I don't know. Why would I know that? No, I don't think it's a condition token. It's just a thing. So we have to do movement. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm looking at movement. Yeah, what happens when it hits the thing? Great. Attack consequences. Primordial movement. Primordial facing. Move to X. Primordial movement through terrain. Well, that was probably the terrain section, no? Pushing. Terrain. Terrain is a part of the thing. Terrain placement over other thing. Titan terrain placement. Terrain abilities. Primordials. All right, there's a section on primordial movement that talks about terrain, but of course, none of this is mentioned in the terrain section because that would be too logical. Instead, we're going to put this somewhere else. Primordial movement does not mention. There you go. During movement, the primordial ignores terrain tiles. Let's say a destructible keyword, in which case they are destroyed or removed from the battle. Consequently, the primordial can move through or onto space with most terrain tiles, including obstacles. All right. So it ignores. Let's say you're destructible, then it's just going to destroy it. That's what I need to see. So it's going to do a pushback 5. Right, based on this. So pushback 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is destroyed. And now we're very far away from the other Titans, which is not great. All right, this AI card is carried out. We have 5 cards left there, and now we can carry out the rest of our turn. I do need to look up precision tokens, because why not? Everything is like a crash course. Precision. Tokens. This index is amazing. Precision, attack roll, 49. Alright. There is a thing about tokens. This, of course, it's not in the index. Attack roll to hit. Yeah, I don't think it's this. I don't think that's the right token. I think it's the fist. There we go. This is the precision. That's the precision token. Most excellent. Do I have it for the rest of the game? I don't know. I think so. Ability usage. Conditions. Here we go. Modifier tokens. Some modifier tokens are temporary, meaning they are discarded after they take effect. You gain a temporary evasion token, discard as the next evasion roll, place temporary Titan modes. Temporal tokens are placed in the Kratos pool. Other modifier lasting meaning. These tokens are primordial, increase or lower the evasion dig. Oh, got it. So if this was on the primordial, no, it is. I had the right thing. No, it's supposed to be the eye. What is this? Oh, this only goes to primordial. So I did have the right thing to begin with. So great. So each of my, that's only to hit then. Oh, that's to wound. No, that's opening. That's an opening token, right? That's not a break token. So yeah, it just makes it that to hit is only on primordials. For these still primordial has a -1. That's fine. So there's some interchange between the hit tokens and the provision tokens, but I don't see any reason why this would have been a temporary thing. You gain the priority token if you already had it. Gain 1 positive precision token. And it doesn't say if it's temporary. I'm assuming it's marked for glory thematically. I'm assuming I keep it for the rest of the battle. Now, I need to take a break from this. And sometimes a pursuer fight is lost quicker than the actual setup of the board. Remember, if it's your first fight against him, the first head Titan. Yeah. Just figuring that out. Great. So, what was the roll that I did? Theseus is light. I rolled a 9. My wisdom was +1. I needed a 10 plus. And I had a free reroll because of Haunted, which I just forgot about. So I did the Haunted roll. I rolled a 10 here. So since I succeeded, my definitely retconning this to use all my abilities. My relationship with the Hornsworn does not go down to a 0. Did not go down like it should have not gone down like it did. So my diplomacy did not get the -1. Instead, I got 2 Trireme resources, which gets me up to 7. Which is fine. All right, so we redid that, but the rest of that would have played out exactly as this was supposed to. So yeah, making him do a lot of fate tests makes a lot of sense because he gets to reroll once per adventure, and that was indeed an adventure. All right, and now we're very far away, and I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can only attack him once, which is going to be super annoying. But we have a petrified javelin with which I can do this attack. Has a cumbersome keyword, which I'm going to need to remember the hell that does. What are you, cumbersome keyword? Cumbersome is 63. And cumbersome keyword during the second ability window, if you wound with this weapon, exhausted, treat it as a voluntary exhaust. My range is 2 to 4, so I can't. I have to get away. Oh, I was defending. I could have done a free. I had a 9. I forgot about my free rerolls with the Shipwrecker Shield. I do not want to auto evade though, so I'm just gonna roll 1, and I rolled a 6. I still would have taken the 2, and each damage was reduced and all this stuff. Great. All right. Oh, I could do that. That's excellent. Great. I'm going to use my Crisis Protocol to add 2 danger to Leocules. The fact that I'm at 2 danger will give me a chance to get more attacks on this dingbat. Again, I only need 5 wounds. I'm not really... I'm just trying to get the heck out of here without losing. I'm going to take a Fate to do a rush now. That gives me +1 move. My base move was 5. It's now 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's he to hit? He's an 8 to hit. So that's not great. We have a break token here. A precision here. Great. I'm also going to use this to get 2 opening tokens in the Kratos pool. So opening, opening. And then I'll use this little thing to indicate my Kratos pool. So it's 2 opening tokens or 1 break token. Definitely want some opening. Since I did rush, I also get an auto break. So these are all in the pool for my attack. I'm now attacking as part of my rush ability. I'm going to roll my crit die. I only roll 1 die with the boat mace, so this is the only die I roll. To hit, I need an 8, but I have 2 opening tokens, so I hit on a 6. I rolled a crit hit. Woo! Look at me. Clean living, kids. Now, I'm going to draw the top body part card. This comes out. It's a wiry leg. I'm going to roll a die to get the next body part card queued up. It's a 2. If I wound this, it's not going to matter that I did that, but whatever. Instinct, knockback 7, knocked down, but it's a crit hit, so I will actually ignore that. And some crazy things can happen. So I have 1 break token in there. I definitely want to hit this. Now remember, my base roll, my danger is not 4. Wolf. So I can't do level 2 of this. But I think I have to make sure I hit this, and then I can ignore the instinct altogether. Instinct always happens unless you do a critical hit, and then you can ignore the instinct. Getting knocked back 7 and knocked down, not fun. So we're just going to try to just make sure I do this right. I get 1 red die, so I know the red dice don't come off great on camera, so sorry about that. I get 1 red die because that's what my Titan does. I get 2 red dice because I had a hit, and I only had 1 hit, so I get 2 red dice per hit. That's all I get. Oh, I increase my rage by 1 because I'm attacking, because I'm very angry. And now I'm going to, so I have 3 red dice total. I'm going to exhaust this to get an extra red die. So that says the discard a symbol, but basically just means I just turn it over, I get it back at the end of this battle. But I need 4 hits. I have 1 break token in there, so I can turn one of these little like triangle shield things into a hit. And I need 4 hits. This would suck to fail. My Kratos pool isn't great. Remember, my range is only 0. And I don't even have a reroll. So 4, please. Oh my god! Oh, that's horrible. Oh man, that was horrendous. Oh, I just burned a lot of resources for that. So I rolled blank, blank, and one thing and one hit, and that sucks. I did not wound it, so since I did not wound it, instinct takes place no matter what. I get knocked back 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I am knocked down. When I get knocked down, I get this knockdown condition, and since I do not do the critical hit, I do not get the priority token and do the bonus attack. Instead, I'm just knocked down, so which means on my next turn, I just stand up. And the joys. Now, I do carry out the rest of my attack sequence, and the attack sequence is here. I am going to. There's no wound, no escalation. I clear the Kratos pool and the second ability window. In the second ability window, I can add 1 break token because of my boat mace, but that is all I can do. That was really gross. And so classic me. But that's great. Let's make some magic happen, kids. I do not want to keep going far away from him, and I do not want to get more ambrosia because, more ambrosia is not amazing here. I'm worried about responses that make, and this gets discarded because I suck at rolling, and that's super awesome. Whew! I can actually put these over here. God, that was really awful. My danger is 2. Again, when you rush, you have to take the shortest possible path, so I can't really rush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I don't want to keep drawing him over if he has like pushback and stuff. I want to try to get him over here. That was really bad. I am maze touched. Do not forget it. So I'm going to move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm attacking from here. Nope. What did I do? I went after the wrong thing originally. I'm just going to switch these 2 minis because they could be anywhere on the board. And that's just the easiest fix because I'm not trying to mirror how all that went down. So sorry, the minis don't have color bases. They are just, it is what it is. You just have to look at the art. So I just went after the wrong mini, which is fine. So I moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to kind of get the action back over here. I'm doing a ranged attack with my Petrified Javelin. There are no opening tokens in here, but I have a +1 to all my die results. But I did forget the Bowmace has a +2 on its die results. So I was going to hit on a million, which meant with the +2, I would not have wasted the Hour Barrage because that would have been really dumb. +1, 2 dice. Yeah, that's fine. So I gained 2 danger on him. I burned that up. I'm so annoyed right now. Great. So we have our Ambrosia token. We're going to roll our 2 dice, including the crit die, with the Petrified Javelin. Again, range 2 or 4. I'm at range 1, 2, 3, so that's perfect. I roll these 2 dice. I hit on a 8 +1. I hit on a 7 plus my precision, so I hit on 6s. I rolled a 5 and a 9. I will take 1 fate. I really want to get a wound on this guy to reroll this die. I rolled a crit, but that's not on the crit die, so it doesn't matter. I do not like the fact that I put the crit symbol on the black dice. It seems a little bit unnecessarily misleading and confusing. But what do I know? So I did hit. I'm going to draw the top body part card. It's the abnormally long arm. If I fail, I get knocked down. Does that work if I'm not adjacent? I don't know. If I wound, he performs a signature against the attacker. Does that still work if I'm not adjacent? I don't know. There is no crit, so don't worry about that. We're going to put this body part card on top. So I am attacking. I got 1 red die naturally. I get 2 red dice because I had 2 hits. My rage should be +1 because of this attack. Oh, and additionally, I could have put another, with the Kratos table in the second opportunity, I could have put another break token in there, which I would have definitely done instead of opening because I had that precision token. So now I have two Kratos, two break tokens in there, one from the boat mace, one from my Kratos table. I'm just rolling these 3 dice. That's all I have. One naturally, and then one each for the 2 hits. And I don't think this ends well because I'm getting failed against or wounded. But what's the signature attack? Yeah, that's closest titan in front. So the target becomes him, so even though he's not in front. That's fine. What could go wrong? So rolling these 3 dice. And bingo. Great. So I got 1 hit, 2 hits, and then I have 2 of these shield things. I have 2 break tokens in there. Again, one from the boat mace, one because of the Kratos table. Again, you still do second ability windows, even though it's knocked down. They're considered more passive. And that is enough to actually get in a wound. I only need 5 wounds, so this is a good thing. Again, the 2 hit to 2 wound thing is that value right there in the middle of these cards. So we'll put this thing up here. I need 4 more, but since I wounded it, we have to now carry out the response. Perform signature against the attacker. God, that would have been. Oh, I'm really annoyed. And we're over here. Yeah, woof. That's fine. So signature against the attacker, it's going to move and attack. It's unlimited movement, so it can go 1, 2. It's attacking me with the signature. It's just each hit deals 2 danger, except it's 1 danger because we're just doing toying. Instead of having to roll 4 dice for evading, I just roll 3. Right? So they're less likely to do a lot of damage to me, but this is the response. Oh, I have to do the escalation too. We'll get to that in a second. I got a crit evade, which is super, 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 super strong, but the other 2 are bad. I can reroll 1. I only evade on a 10 plus, so that was a magical roll. I'll just reroll. I'll reroll both. If I roll 2 10s, like it is what it is. Nope, a 1 and an 8. That's fine. Each hit is, it would be 2 danger normally. It's now just 1, so I get up to 4 danger. And that means I have to take. Oh, it's not. It's a primordial. No, it is an attack. It is an attack, right? I have to perform the signature attack. Yes. So since it is an attack, I have to take a major trauma card. 4 plus. Gain 2 despair tokens. That's awful. So 2 despair tokens means that if I'm not adjacent to another unit, I have -3 in my precision. So my net precision here is -2. This is a condition token, I think. If I get a successful hit, I get rid of it. But this major trauma card can go here. Spare tokens, I think they're condition tokens. I can come into my cycle 1 book. Are you a condition token? They have to be condition tokens, no? Discard 1 despair token to deal a wound. Don't stand as you gain. So it's -3 position, but if I'm adjacent to another Titan, I'm good. The problem is all my other Titans are way the heck over here, and that's super bad. I'm also at 4 danger, which is super dangerous. Woof. Alright. And I'm also the closest Titan in front now, so that was a bad reaction. But I have to do the escalation anyway. I don't see how this is going to end well. Mr. 4 danger here. Oh, I did a wound, so this is now exhausted. I can forgo an attack or a movement to get that back. The escalation table, I think it was on page 54. Nope, must be 64. 63? Nope. I'm just wrong about everything. It's on neither of those pages, Greg. What page was it on? I thought it was. There we go. 53. It's like 54, it's just different. So since that was a body part 1 wound, we get a body part 2 from the escalation deck into the body part deck. So where are the other body parts? I put them up here. There are 6 body part 2 cards here, so I'm rolling a die. I get card number 4. And we're going to shuffle this into the remaining body parts over here. We'll see what card's going to be on top. Rolling a die, I rolled a 3. So it's a body part 1 on top. So that escalation was done. I also have to change a card out from the AI deck. We take an AI 1 card out from the draw pile. I take out the second card, and we get an AI 2 card here from the additions. We get that one. Again, all the dice rolling for me. It's just a way to get randomness with a small deck of cards. I never feel like I can get like 10 cards or less. I never feel like truly random for me. And I got a 5, so AI 1 card stays on top. Because I did a little shuffling before I rolled a die. Alright, escalation happened, wound happened, primordial response happened. Again, we can carry out the rest of this. We're going to do clear the Kratos pool and second ability window. Second ability window, I can add an opening token or a break token. I will add an opening token. And we do a +1 movement for... Oh, Raz can't go last. We have +1 movement for Olympia once a game. Or I can exhaust to get +1 movement for her. So we definitely want to move her. Raz can't go last, so we'll do Raz's turn now. She can move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we'll do Olympia. Olympia can move 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we put an opening token in. Since we didn't do an attack, the Kratos pool does not clear or any of that sort. We're just hoping we can hang on and make sure Heraclides does not die, because that would suck. All right. We did do a crit evade, though. So even though, since I rolled a crit, we do add 2 opening tokens to the pool. But then it gets cleared? What? Right, because it was a primordial... Oh, that's confusing. Let's think this through. We had 2 break tokens in there. I did a crit evade. We placed 2 opening. But then we carry out the rest of the attack sequence. Everything gets cleared. Right. So since that happened during my attack, I assume everything still gets cleared, and then I can add 1 token, is I think how that would play out, which is super annoying. Primordial response. I think that's right. I don't know. Yeah, so it's almost like that crit evade was absolutely wasted. Yeah, the crit evade is wasted. It is what it is. And we're now just going to move to the next round. Alrighty then. So the next round of battle, the primordial, the little dude here is going to attack. It's a cross slash. I'm going to roll the die for the next card. I rolled a 6. There's only 4 cards left. Not helpful. Here's a 2. It's still a level 1 AI card. Target, priority target is still there. So attacking me. 1 hit deals 3, and one of those 2 hit or more hits deal 5. What? So if he gets 2 or more hits, it's only gonna it's gonna be -1 per hit. If I'm reading that right. Ambrosia tokens, my limit is 4, so this isn't good. And I have a bunch of despair tokens. So we might just run away with him, to be honest. I don't have 4 fates, so I'm not gonna get knocked down or knocked back. I'm still bitter about missing that real solid chance with the Ocules. That would have really changed a lot of this. I only evade on a 9+. Remember, I do get 2 rerolls with the Shipwrecker Shield. If I fully evade, I'm having to throw something away because that's gross. So we might just have to run away with him and get him out of sight. Which is, you know, something you have to do, despite the fact that he has this despair thing, but like, woof. Woof to all of it. So, we're rolling 2 dice for the evasion. I got a 9, so I evaded 1. That's going to be fine. So 1 hit deals 2 damage, 2 danger, instead of 3, because it's -1 on the hit. Normally rolling 3 dice, but we only have to roll 2. So that gets me up to 6. And 1 Ambrosia token, which is my second one. And I have to do a major trauma draw, because again, we're still on this table. The last one gave me some despair tokens. That was super fun. Remember, when he draws, right, he isn't drawn yet. When he draws a card, we have this thing where he gives it to somebody else, or a major or more. Did I put that note somewhere? Yeah, I'll just put that down to remember that. Flood of Memories. Gain +1 Memos node for a chosen Memos, then unexhaust that Memos. Well, I didn't have it exhausted. So, but I will choose, let's try to get through Haunted here. What's level 2? When you're about to roll a d10 during an adventure, add +3 to the roll for 1 fate. Yeah, that's pretty strong. So we're going to get a second node for Haunted. And this comes over here. The rest of the battle, I don't have 4+ fate, so I don't get knocked down, knocked back, none of that happens. And then this card just comes away. Our turns. I can... There was a thing about, like, if I could just drop this javelin. And what if I discard this? Does it go back to the armory, or does it go back to the box? Discard. Might make sense to get rid of this javelin now. Do some... I'm not next to another Titan, though, so my precision is just garbage. Yeah, my precision is not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can give her 2 danger. She can do a rush. Man, I only need 5 wounds in this thing, so I'm just like 4, 5. Nope, not you. Right, you are 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's sick. But then if it was pushback, crash, he definitely can't get more ambrosia. Oh, and the rage. Right. I attacked first. I'm sorry, I should have done a priority check. When I attacked with the Ocules first, his rage went to 1. He actually has the priority token now. So he has unlimited movement, but probably not unlimited range. That's, oh man, so I might have attacked the wrong person. Jesus. Note that a single target seems like more than space. Checkers are to read the lines of targeting one by one. Some targeting some specific targets. Right, because I attacked with him first. So I think. Oh, this is all messed up. Yeah, this is all messed up because he has unlimited movement, so I don't even know why they bother putting their range on there. So attack happens after initial attack sequence, so you keep those tokens when crit evade. So Vena Milnen, response attack happens after the initial attack sequence. But step 9, you clear the Kratos pool in step 9, and the second ability window's in step 10. So I think that's what messes that up, dude. I appreciate that lookout. But if you're clearing the Kratos pool in step 9, I don't know how I get the benefit of the crit evade in step 10. I think it's gone. I still think it's gone. Like I get what you're saying. Crit. I forget where the crit thing is. Evasion roll. See page 49. So I think normally you're getting attacked by the primordial in the primordial phase. I just happen to get attacked in the middle of my attack, so I still think I lose those. My problem right now, problem loosely, is my problem right now is I think. I think that this attack should have gone in. I mean, my range is unlimited, right? So I can, because he can move there. It's 6-star. What is that for? What is that 5? That doesn't make any sense. You have this 5 there, which I'm not understanding why, because if my movement's a 6, or is it is it just considered out of range? I'm not understanding what that arrow is at all. Unavoidable knockback. The battle when somebody for another ends this movement in the same space. Oh, so that's the unavoidable knockback thing. So it's range as long as I can move there. It's gonna move there. So it's gonna go after someone specific. It's gonna go after the priority target, which means I should not have drawn this. So I'm putting that back on top because that's where it was shuffled, which means I should not have taken this node, which means that his danger is down to 4. Instead of a 6, because he would have gone 1, and I could move it any way I want as long as this. And now he's on the same level. So he would have gone there. He would attack the guy who's knocked down. He gets up to because he attacked first, so he would have highest rage. He attacked second. Rage is what gives you priority token. Yeah, that was my fault. So he gets 1 ambrosia, 2 more danger, which means he did the major trauma draw, which means he could add to one of his nodes, which means he can add to Death Follows, which is a much different situation. So I just went after the wrong priority token. All right. I just went after the wrong target because I just forgot to switch the priority token as I adjusted the rage. Now everybody's there to start wailing on this dude, which is really interesting. So at this point, we have an opening token here. We don't have a javelin. I could just equip fists because I like fists. So I'm going to raise my rage. I'm going to do an attack. I'm going to do a move and attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is perfect. I raise my rage. Now he gets a priority token back. Because I'm adjacent to a thing, I do not have to worry about these despair tokens because I'm not despairing. I'm going to drop my petrified javelin and just equip fists. This gets discarded, so this is now like not available. And I'm going to attack with my petrified fist. Now I have 1 opening token in here. I'm going to use this. I have 1 precision, which now triggers. And there's an opening token. I'm going to use this to add a break token to the pool because that will be helpful. And I have 1 reroll on my power dice because I'm at 2 rage on the Kratos table. Whew. All right. And everyone's in the right place. Priority token. Everything's excellent. I already raised my rage. So I'm doing an attack. I'm doing 2 dice on my attack with just my fists. So +0, but I have +1 here and +1 there. So I hit on a 6+ with these 2 dice. No. Crap. That doesn't make any sense, Greg. Because the shield, I should not have had this equipped with the shield. I should have had this equipped differently, because then this is a one-handed weapon, so I'd only be rolling 1 die, which is dumb. So we're not doing any of this, because I cannot attack this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we were over there. Rage is back to 1. Priority token still on the Ocules. And we'll figure out. We can get the javelin back for next turn. It's just going to be out for this turn. All right, so sorry about that confusion. I forgot I still have something else in my other hand, so that would be a one-handed weapon, which isn't good. It's not going to allow me to do stuff. So, learning things the hard way with Greg on today's game. All right, not just after step, but after the whole sequence. All those 10 steps are called the attack sequence. New attack happens after this one completely. Oh. Interesting. So you're saying the entire primordial attack happens. Excellent. Thank you. So we have 2 opening tokens in here. Because I did a crit evade. And then at the end of the sequence, since there were 2 opening tokens there, I could have added a break token instead of an opening token because of that. Well, that changes things. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. So, crap. Opening Kratos pool. Wasn't there like a... Oh, I could do sacrifice to place a break token in there. Get another break token in there. With the Kratos Compass, Boat Mace. All right, cool. So if there's an attack, it happens after the entire sequence. That's most excellent. All right, we will open reposition 2 is interesting. So I'm going to come here with Olympia. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's going to get 1 rage. So priority token still stays with the Ocules. She's attacking with the Siren Teeth. We have 2 opening tokens in there, so this is a good time for the Siren Teeth. So I'm rolling 3 dice because the Siren Teeth gives me 3 dice. And I'm going to hit with the 2 opening tokens on. I'm going to hit on a 6+. And 1 die per hit. At any time, I could add a break token. 1 break token in there. Still a level 1 body part, so at some point it's got to trust that one of these suckers is going to be a little easier to hit than the others. So I need a 6+. I got a 255. I'm going to take 2 fate because I really just need to get this thing done. 2 fate, rolling these 2 dice. Oh, a crit hit as well. So 3 hits with a crit. The crit does count even on the reroll. If I had rolled a 1, I would have had to do a crit miss effect if anything triggered that. But crit misses seem to trigger off other things. So we got the crit hit. So I'm going to get a die. We're doing a power roll. So let me draw a body part card. I need a 5. This is a level 1. What the frick is happening, dude? If I win, I get a nail spear. If I lose this, I'm going to be so pissed. Can I do... At any point on a Titan turn, I mean, I'm rolling, what? 4 dice with 1 break token. I need a friggin' 5. No, I mean, I said I wasn't going to do it. I haven't added any of those things yet. That's really gross. So 1, and then 3 more dice. But this is my chance. Immediately draw me off a flare card if I miss. Woof. Only 1 break token in there. I mean, can I do it now? That's the thing I don't understand about Argo things. It seemed like it was pretty flexible. Can I do that now? If I could do it now, I think I'd do it now. Argo abilities. 55. Oh, it cannot be done in the middle of the actions. This is in the middle of an action, so it cannot be done. So I cannot do this now. So I'm rolling 4 dice. I need a 5. Like, how hard is this, dude? Like, are any of these level 1 body parts? Oh, I should roll a die to figure out the next body part. I rolled a 3, so the next body part will be a level 1. But again, if I have to escalate, that's going to change. And I'm pretty sure I rolled a die over here. after I drew the AI card. Someone could tell me if I didn't. All right. 4 dice. I have 1 break token. I mean, can I please stop rolling like crap on my attack rolls? 5. Oh. The answer is no. The answer is emphatic no. So we fail. That's super awesome. So 2 chances at a crit hit, both missed. Really horrible. I immediately draw a resolve a flare card. This one was the one that was on top. We'll get the next one ready to go. I rolled a 2, so the bottom one's going to come up. Each Titan, oh man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It must have been there. Each Titan gains as many danger as they have ambrosia tokens. This ability doesn't trigger. The pursuer moves to the center of the board and turns to face the most Titans that perform signature. 1 ambrosia token here, so we get a danger for Heraclides. We got 1 Titan ambrosia token here, so a danger for the Hercules. And the flare then gets discarded, I think. And that's super awesome. And by super awesome, I mean holy crap, what is happening? All right, I have an opening 1. This goes, I'm so annoyed right now. Like, secret deck card 17. Why would I have wanted that? Like, why do I want secret cards when I could just discard that and get no good effect whatsoever? Woof. I mean, even if I had an extra break token, it didn't matter. I needed 5 and I had 4. I don't have any rerolls yet. So, yeah. All right. I mean, mostly attacking. Just get my rage up, I feel like it at this point. This die, I had another die. I put this over here. This would go here. She can add an opening token, and then with the Kratos pool, she can add a break token, or Kratos thing. She can also, she has an opening token for Siren Teeth. She can also reposition. She will reposition over here. I think makes some sense. Why not? Sure. Raz can't go last, but Hercules is essentially just standing up, so there is no concern of Raz going last right now. Raz is going to move 1 and then attack with the Kratos Compass. It's +1. We have an opening token, so I hit on a 6+. We're only rolling 2 dice. During my first ability window, I can... First ability window was before the attack? After the attack? Nope, it's after the attack roll. So, I can get another break token there if I want. Holy crap. I can lose 2 danger for a Titan. So it's nice to have that in my back pocket. Remember, I gained 2 danger because I was trying to be fancy on that first attack, and that went really well for me. So I hit on a 6+, +1 because of Kratos Compass, +1 because of the opening token. My rage goes up to a 1. Priority token still stays with the Hercules. I rolled a 4 and a 1, so that's super awesome. No, yeah, I'm gonna take 2 fate. I gotta start getting wounds. Whoop. 2 fate, and I rolled a 2 and an 8. So 1 hit. Look at me, kids. We're gonna get a body part card. If I wound, so carving only triggers if I actually wound, I think. Go to 63, carving. Yep, when you wound. Of course, the only time I wounded was when I lost my javelin, so that's super great. I need a 4 again. That's just not happening. So he just sucks. I get 1 red die naturally, another one because of the 1 hit. We have 1 break token in there, so there is a chance, but I just need to start rolling actually, not, I can, during the first, I would have taken a danger to put another break token in because that would have only made sense. So this before, technically before I saw the body part card. But yeah, so that is sacrifice, and you know, this is not going to be a very long battle, so I really need to make this happen. Resolve the power roll. Yep, draw the body parts. I have 2 red dice. I'm not at reroll stage yet. I will be at rerolls for my next series of attacks, which is super nice. But if I can just get a 4 for now, that would be great. And a 3. So that's the 2 I needed. It's going really well. Alright, immediately draw and resolve a flare card, kids. What do we get? So this was not defeated, so this comes over here. Did I re-roll this? I don't think I did. The next card up here is another body part 1 card. Each side engages as many fate as they have Ambrosial tokens. It triggers, so we get another fate for Leocules, another fate for Heraclides. And that is the end of Raz's turn, so that was super awesome. She can place 1 token in. She'll put an opening token. No, she'll put a break token. I can get opening tokens. Leocules is just standing up. So that's super fun. And Heraclides is going to forego a top line action to ready that card. When cards are exhausted, again, I think you just forego a top or a bottom and get, I don't know if you get all your cards back or just 1 card back. If I had another exhausted card, okay, spend. So I was just all exhausted equipped cards. Great. So we just had the 1, and now I'm going to move 5. I will move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are not, well, not visible there. But, you know, everything in range, whatever, is not great either. Since I didn't do an attack, that's just going to stay there. And I can't be seen. I can move back and do a ranged attack with my Petrified Javelin. That would be amazing. But I need to be adjacent to one of my friends. Yeah, so this is a big problem. That the spare token's a problem. We'll see if I can't make this work, though. This flare card goes away. I'll roll a die for the next flare card. I rolled a 1. Bottom card comes to the top. Huzzah. So, 1 wound down, 4 to go, kids. We're doing really well. AI card. What do we get? Primordial turn. Rolling a die for the next AI card. I rolled a 2. It's 1, 2, so there's only 3 cards left in that deck. It's a Pincer Slash, which is like the Cross Slash, but apparently very different. Target, closest Titan in range. There are 2 that are directly adjacent. Woof. Yeah, I have none of those. I have the Siren Panoply armor. I can take a fate to reinforce, which reduces trauma. Could have done that at my last attack. Oh, and I always roll a... So when Leocules would have gotten attacked, it would have been 3 damage that came through. But it changes the table here. But I could have rolled this, and that would have been 2 damage gets through. There was 3 that came through. I only made it 2. That would have made it 1. And then I could have done, what is this reinforce crap? Yeah, this is what Sadger was talking about, just the number of abilities. And I'm going to retcon this a little bit. Reinforce. pull, push back, reinforce. When you're about to resolve an armor roll. Oh, I could have taken a fate to add a red die to my armor pool, which I wanted to do. So I actually took one less fate, which means that one less danger. I mean, which means that I wouldn't have drawn that card. So I'm going to take this note away from here, which means I'm going to put this back on top of the deck. And I would have had to take a minor draw because I would have only had 3 instead of 4. Remember, I got the 4th because of the Ambrosia token. Battlecry, another Titan may move 2 spaces or stand up. No one else was knocked down. I wouldn't have moved anybody. Just the way it was. It's just fine. So again, that minor trauma just comes off the top. That's also a helpful card, but it is what it is. All right. Again, danger is not good. So closest Titan in front in range. There's only that's only Leocules, who is the priority target anyway. Right. So move and attack. Each hit deals 2 danger. I have to roll 4 dice instead of 5, but woof. Yeah, this could be bad. I have this. I could take fate to reroll as many dice as I want, but each hit's only dealing 1, but 4 dice could very much put me in a super bad spot. All right. Oh, I couldn't have done the reinforce. You cannot voluntarily attack, use actions or abilities unless stated otherwise. So I was knocked down. Could I have used? Is that an ability? Oh man, could I have actually done the defense roll even though I was knocked down? Holy cow, dude! All right, Aeon Trespass, armor roll when knocked down. I think I roll that die still because I'm still rolling. I think I rolled that die, but I could not, for instance, spend the fate for reinforce. I think that's correct. Woof. I'm like getting a lot of text. I think I can. I think I can still roll that die. I just can't spend the fate for reinforce if I'm reading that right. But someone can let me know in the comments if that's incorrect. But I'm not gonna retcon this a 3rd time. So like it is what it is. I'm rolling 4 dice instead of 5. I only evade on 10s. I got 110, and it's a crit evade. Look at that. But I have nothing that triggers off of that. So 3 hits. Each one's going to deal 1 danger. I also gain a 2nd Ambrosia token, so I'm at half my limit. The 3 danger is going to come up to 7, but I can now, if I use an ability, I can stand up. So since I'm standing up, I'm in the process of standing up, so I can actually use this ability now. So this goes away. And now that I'm standing up, I can roll 2 of these dice. So I would take 3 fate because I got 3 hits, and each hit 3 danger, and I got 3 hits from the primordial, but each hit only does 1 danger. And I'm rolling 2 dice. Again, I reinforce this. So I'm rolling, again, it would be 1 die. Now it's 2. And I rolled 1, so I only get 2 danger instead of 3. And now I will finally go ahead and get that trauma card, take 3. And guess what? Oh, act surprise, I'm going to get a node here. So it was meant to be Leocoles. And as soon as I use ability, I fully stand up. So now we're up. Great. Am I a +3 fate? I would not have used that ability because looking at the rest of the card, no. How much danger am I taking? Here's the question. So I would only rolled 1 die instead of 2. I rolled a shield anyway. If I didn't roll a shield, we had a problem. So I reduced the danger by 1. So was that a 6? Now, since I'm not at 3 fate, I get knocked down and knocked back 6 to the right and 7 to the right. I don't want to deal with any of that crap. So we're just going to move on. So that attack is done. Did I roll for this? I don't know. There's not a die on there. Probably not. So let me roll a die to see what the next attack is. It's a 2. If I did roll, well, I rolled again, and it's now that. Most excellent. I'll just put a die in there to indicate when I've rolled it. It just seems like the best way to make that happen. All right. So that was an exciting series of turns. My rage is 1 on everybody, so we're going to start getting some power roll rerolls on the Kratos table. Oh, never. Oh, that's... I should not have rolled that anyway, because I had that ability from the thing. The first time, I have to force somebody else to re-roll it to draw that. So it has to be a random Titan. So 1, 2, 3. I roll a d6. So it actually goes to Heraclides. So I use this ability, because remember that my memo, when I did the Memos story, the first time I did a major or higher, it gets drawn by somebody else. So Heraclides actually got that, and he actually got that node after all. Woo! Full circle, kids. I gave that node out 4 times, and it finally got to the right place. So now I've taken care of that ability. Excellent. We're doing well. We're hanging in there. It's all going to be fine. So we need to get 4 wounds on this guy. All my dudes are standing, so that's a step in the right direction. And we have 1 break token in there, thanks to Raz, who attacked last? Raz attacked last, and then Leocoles stood up, and then Heraclides stood up. Most excellent. We are going to try to kill this thing, and it's going really well. And we're excited about this. 6 danger for Leocoles, 5 danger for Heraclides, 0 danger, and 1 danger for Raz. Raz is gonna go, I think. She's tired of this crap. Someone needs to wound it. Might as well be her. So we're gonna use this ability to get 2 opening tokens in the Kratos pool. I cannot interrupt their action. I'm doing it before an action. That's fine. We are now going to attack from right here. We're using the Kratos Coppice, which is going to mean I get a thing and a thing. I'm +1. I have 2 opening tokens, so I hit on 5s or higher with my 2 dice. And I can get another break token in there, which will be amazing. My rage goes to 2. Since my rage goes to 2, guess what? I have the priority token now, and I have a reroll on the power die, which we can see from here. And hits, please. A 2 and a crit on the non-crit die. I'm taking this fate because I just want to try to end this round. And an 8. So that's 2 hits. The crit was not on the crit die, so that isn't a thing. In the first window, I'm taking a danger, and I'm adding another break token. I'm now going to draw a body part. It is a level 1. Holy crap. I rolled that. So that's been rolled and set for the next time we draw. It's going to be another level 1 body part. Again, we might have to shuffle something in there. And if I fail, bad things happen. I need 5. Now I get a 1 red die because that's what I get. I get 2 red dice because I had 2 hits. And it's just the 3 dice. I can't add another die. I don't get that until Rage 5, which is frickin' bananas. So, a dream you Titans adjacent to me at +1 precision. That's something I shouldn't have been paying attention to. Oh, the joys. But I don't get +1 precision. This is Titans adjacent to me. Yikes. Alright. So, rolling 3 dice, I need 3 hits and 2 shields, or some combination thereof, to get me to 5. Oh! That's 4. I have the 1 reroll because of level 2. I need a hit. So stupid, dude. I needed 5, I got 4. I needed 4, and I got 3. I failed, so now I get attacked, which is so awesome. I mean, I cannot explain to you my excitement. Okay, but I do my entire attack sequence first, thanks to Menon for pointing this out. I'm going to add a break token as part of the second ability window, and now I get attacked. I get a signature attack against me. Amazing. Another level 1 body part goes here. This dude turns toward me and is going to wreck my world. Signature attack. I have a knockback 7 to the right. I don't understand this to the right, to the left crap. That seems like a thing. I'm rolling really, really wonderfully today. I just cannot hit this thing at all. And it's not going well. It's just really going poorly, actually. Alright, knockback, target out of range, gear cards. What is going on, dude? Crit die. Alright, I always expect knockback and pushback to be in the primordial section, but apparently it is not. Here we go. Yeah, it's really bad. Alright. Well, it's attacking me. Each hit does 2 damage. Danger, 1 danger, because we're at the lower level. I am rolling. It's attacking me with 4 dice. It becomes 3. I can evade with a 9, a 10 plus, so I definitely need crits. I rolled 0 crits. I can reroll 2. I'll reroll these 2. And 0 evasions whatsoever. I obviously did not want to take any fate there. I take 3 danger. That gets me up to 5. I draw a major trauma draw. Gain 1 danger. Shuffle this card back in the trauma deck and resolve another one. Oh, that's super awesome. These 2 cards were out. Shuffle this back in. Another one. Heroic death. First round only. Any other round, you die, but you won't sell your life. You immediately stand up. But I die, so it doesn't matter. Right? There's no way to pull something else. So that's crazy. You just die because I can't. I mean, I had second chance. I have second chance here. I don't have another Sales Bolas. I had ample opportunity to at least get some gear to do something, but it didn't happen. So yeah, so the any other round, you die, but you would immediately stand up, move up to 3 space for a bonus attack. So this is a yeah, it doesn't matter. So this is a chain break. So that effectively prevents the rest of his thing, so the knockback doesn't even happen. But I just attacked, but like who really cares? The Kratos pool was cleared out. Yeah, I mean I'm rolling 2 dice. Yeah, because this attack happened after, so I'm hitting on a 7+ or whatever. I missed on both. I could take 2 fate. Because why the heck not? So I chain broke. The rest of that attack is just done. I rolled a 1 and a 2, so I completely whiffed anyway. So this actually gets emptied. We don't get to the second ability window. Nothing else gets added, and then I'm dead, which ends the battle. And that was supremely frustrating. All of it was really frustrating, and that's fine. That's part of the learning curve of a game like this. But yeah, dude, like that was horrendous. So, one Titan died. For once, the monster's creature does not pursue you. It looms over the fallen like an omen of death and leans across, gaze fixed on the survivor. One peck of its beak breaks the anti-Kratos helm. A long proboscis extends from a hidden orifice and disappears into the crack. You hear an instant human cackle. An almost human cackle. Lose 1 crew. So we're going to get this. 1 crew is out. And my crew was at 5. It is now down to 4. Again, starting values are 4 hull and 5 crew. And proceed to rewards and penalties. Tides of Fate. The Triskelons are reset to 0. I subtract Argo Threat. My Argo Threat goes down to 0. I only had 2. Resources. Gain resource for each body part. In the wound stack, there was 1. I gained 2. God knows what this is. 2 grotesque beak. You gain the resource invisible in the upper right corner, multiplied by the primordial level. Oh. Oh. No, level 1. That's right. Yeah, I've always been on level 1. Gain 1 pursuer core resource for every critically wounded body part 3. Nope. If the battle was lost with no Argobred Titan participating, kill 1 random Argobred Titan that did not participate. You cannot use a Pyrogenean Stone to say this Titan does not grant a Pyrogenean Stone mark relevant in Cycle 1. Discard all condition tokens on Titan sheets. The Ambrosia has to be a condition token, right? All conditions and tokens. So conditions and tokens. So precision tokens go away. That goes away. And pursuer setting. If this is your first battle with the major pursuer, add the pursuer setting technology card to your projects and gain +1 Argo knowledge. Alright, since I have a second Argo knowledge, I'm going to have to read something. And we add pursuer technology card to our projects. Pursuer study technology card. So if we have Pursuer level 1 battle, we've done that. Basic support equipment and advanced trireme weapons. We don't have advanced trireme weapons. So I need basic support equipment and advanced trireme weapons, which I haven't even accessed yet. So I need to get Siren armor to get to that. So that's interesting. Cool. And we gain the Argo knowledge. We come here. Whenever you reach a given Argo knowledge level, we're now at 2. During the story step, after all the story events, resolve the corresponding inward Odyssey. So we are still in the Adversary. We're still in the exploration step. We have to go to the expedition step, then the encounter step. We still have a timeline battle I have to do. We did lose 1 Titan, so we're going to come here. I'm down to 8 Dreamwalkers. And my Titan limit is 8 of 9. Yeah, that was not especially close. I did 1 wound. I obviously rolled like pretty poorly. I could have used these break tokens more aggressively, but reality is I kept rolling so many blanks. I don't think there was ever a point where I had a shield and not a break token to use it. So I don't think that was the problem. Obviously getting a major trauma and not having a sail Spalus that I can do a redraw was also mildly unfortunate. But it is what it is. I did not lose any armor. This was wasted, so that was unfortunate. We did get a node over Heraclides. Remember, I was supposed to put it. I had another random Titan draw my major trauma draw, so that's fine. All the Triskelions will be reset to 0 for when we battle, and then just need to remember that we are at level 2, so we are going to have to do Inward Odyssey. I have 2 strangers, 0 Argo Fate. I got my ass kicked by an angry bird, and that's I'll have to live with that. I'll have to live with that reality. So gross. That was bad. That was a bad sequence of rolls. I mean, even a couple of rolls are different. I mean, the fact that I had a chance to get a special thing out that I didn't is super annoying. I had 2 chances for crit hits, which could have made a big difference in how this played out. And just kept rolling like crap, like just really, really bad. Getting a special equipment would have been a super boon to how this could have played out. But again, these major trauma, like how many of these suckers just absolutely kill you? I mean, there's a one where you're just dead. There's one where you have a chance to live if you get a hit. That might even be. Yeah, it's rough, man. And of all these cards in here, like that's a really rough. That's a rough card. There's only one that auto kills you. There's a one in here which I know is like heroic life. If you deal a wound, you're still alive. If you don't, you're dead. Fate worse than death. Godly resolve. Ugh. Woof. Your token is dead. Resolve the fate worse than death special event. When you have this card, you cannot lose the token. End the battle if your Titan is dead. Resolve the fate worse than death. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, that was an interesting playthrough. went a very weird direction I did not want it to go or expect it to go. So yeah, we ended up having to fight the pursuer. We will have to deal with we'll have to deal with Labby next time around. I'll just start the next game with that. I mean, let's just get to right before that, and then we'll just come in with that battle. Yeah, we're done with the expedition step. No, that was exploration. I don't. Oh, there is a. Yeah, I moved up to. Right, I moved up to. Yeah, there's no other expedition. So yeah, the next thing we're gonna do is an encounter. And the next thing we're gonna do is the expedition step. There's no hub adventures. There's no R&R adventures. So we're gonna go right to the encounter step. We have a timeline battle. That's fine. The problem. So what happens to him? Does he just come off the board? That should be defined somewhere. I think he just goes away, I guess. And then he'll reappear. Pursuits and battle. Yeah, the battle's gonna have a maze outcrop added to it. That much we've got. I don't know why this triangle is on there. I guess they'll explain that later. And yeah, just not much going. We have this symbology here. I don't think we have enough to crack that code, which is fine. And seeing no comments, yeah, I think we'll call this a day here. It's kind of a a weird little side excursion. Hopefully next time around we can actually get some wounds, roll a little bit better. That was just kind of a gross little thing. These flares aren't so bad. I mean, I think it's also helpful to know in the future. It's like, all right, so this dude requires, he's going to require, um, as long as this trait is active, he's going to as long as he's as long as we're fighting him, we know that he's going to require 4 and 5 for a lot of his level 1 body parts. I mean, it is pretty sick. I mean, they all are any of these a 3, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4. Woof. I mean, that's a lot, man. I mean, that's like level 2 and level 3 cards from Hekaton. I am confused. I see. So, all right, we don't mark something until we kill him. So again, they could have. I think it should have been a little more straightforward mechanic there, but ultimately he'll be toying with us until we officially kill him. But that's going to take some time, and we are very much not set up for that. So the next time we place him, since it will be our second mark against him, I think we're going to need 6 wounds, and then the third time we face him will be 7 wounds. But at this point, he just comes off the map, I'm assuming. It's not entirely clear, but I think, yeah, he just comes off the map, and then now that he's part of the game, if we ever get 2 of those symbols during the exploration step he comes in, or if we ever see that symbol anywhere else, if he's not on the map, he'll enter the map, and then I'll move accordingly. So we'll probably see him again in 4 or 5 days, is my guess. So to go along with the timeline battle, again, we're going to be stopping in around 7. The next time the battle after that is going to be 13, but we'll come back um, against the bull next turn. I don't know if I should retitle my video, although I don't know. That's some serious bull. Might be appropriate considering some of my die rolling in this particular game. But you know, there's some swinginess to these combats for sure. I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, the fact that I kept just missing by 1. I do feel good. I got a chance to kind of see some of these technologies. I am really curious with these level 1 body parts. Oh, that's Hekaton. I'm assuming the bull is not going to be 4s and 5s like this. That's insane. That's obviously just makes that really, really hard. 4 2 4 2 3 3. Yeah, dude. Like that's a radically different big ramp up. I mean, you get the late game where you get the extra tokens, you get the reroll, you get the extra red die when you're at 5 rage. I just never even was never just get to the point where my rage was up. Every time I had a chance where I could do a special attack, like it just went awry. I mean, if you can imagine like a world where I roll better, I mean, there's a chance I could have gotten potentially 2 wounds with Leocules the very first turn, and then had another wound with Heraclides. The only wound I got was, of course, Heraclides, which, of course, exhausted my Petrified Javelin. So, like, everything just got really, really rough. I do think that from an armor setup, something like this probably makes more sense. So then you can drop the javelin and just get the fists out. I mean, they're pretty much the same as javelin, as long as you have like 2 fists, except you just don't get the +1 on your opening roll, which one of them mattered this turn because like again I started with a precision token right off the bat. Just was never able to take advantage of it at all. So gaming rules. Hey, just hopping in to say hi. Was tidying up games in the studio. Guess what game I'm tidying up right now? It rhymes with Aeon Trespass. I was just saying earlier today, someone anyone would try soloing this game and playing 4 times must be crazy. Yeah, I've been called crazy a couple of times. It's a lot, Paul. I mean, it's really good. It's very ambitious. They really could have used um, someone like you, perhaps, to have made this rule set a little bit more player friendly outside the box. But you know, it's all there. I'm unfortunate to have a couple of subs who have been very gracious and helpful. My first couple of videos of this, but I just had a pretty emphatic defeat at the hands of this dude. So a victory was not meant to be on this wonderful Wednesday afternoon. At least afternoon still here in the States. I'm sure it's evening where Paul is and where everybody else, or a lot of other people in the chat are as well. But thanks to Scott, to M, to Mass Flair, Steve, John. You know, I think if you see the highs of the last video and then the lows of this video, like this is going to be one of those games that again that learning curve is going to take some time to kind of work through. And I think everyone's gonna have to make the determination whether it's worth it. It still feels very worth it for me. This was obviously a pretty rough outing. Aaron, I was watching from the beginning and skipping story spoilers. Then I was like, "Why are you not fighting the bull?" Wow, unlucky pull. I'm on the first boss fight and still haven't caught yet. Haven't been caught yet. Yeah. Um, that was pretty sick, dude. I mean, I get the 3. I mean, just the exploration. I mean, it was like a number of things that went really poorly. But yeah, getting that cackle card was like really like so. Yeah, I mean, and it's partially my. I think that's a cautionary tale. It's like I put myself in a place by exploring up. I knew I was putting myself three away, but I wanted to stick on the coast. And of course, I pull the only card that would have made him catch me in the manner that he did. And on one level, it's like great. Now I only need 5 wounds, and but you see how hard it is to wound that dude. I mean, those body parts, they're all just notched up 1, and the number of near misses I had The number of chances for some cool things I had though too. I mean, it was just a really frustrating. It's like, ugh, come on, dude. Ah, but I feel I like where I'm at. We'll see. I like my chances against the bull. I'll try to brush up on these. I'll try to brush up on these rules before next playthrough. Now that I know I'm fighting him next, so that will give me a chance to kind of learn vantage points. So maybe that will just make the next video that much better, and we'll come up against Labby Poo when we get back. So, but it is what it is. So the plan right now is to stream Aeon Trespass on Monday. I'll start at noon. We'll go for probably 3 to 4 hours, and we'll get as far as we can get. We'll just have the battle with Labby out of the way. Hopefully we can win that one. And then, days 8, 9, and 10 should be, pretty battle free. Should be. And we can get a little bit deeper, continue to get some nodes, continue to, do some of the story thing. Sorry for some of the retconning during the battle. I think it's important to kind of show the abilities that are there and how they work and what they do. So this forgetting like little things here and there, and then obviously just forgetting that I think that was required. That one ability where I had another Titan had to draw that major trauma was something else. Just again remembering the the reduction roll. I had the targeting wrong, which was like part of the issue because the priority target would have gone to the Achilles since he was the first one to get rage. All of that, had to come together in a weird way. So, but I'd have felt a lot better if I had killed this thing. That's for sure. But he won't be pursuing me. But again, as soon as I explore again, like if I draw that, that's one symbol. So he wouldn't have ended up back on the board. So if I draw 2 symbols, he ends up back on the board at this point. If I just draw 1, no big deal. If he's already on the board and I draw 1, then he comes out. If I draw 2, I think he comes out and then starts moving immediately. But he'll always come out 4 away from me, and I just moved in a way that if he came out 4 away from me, and I moved in a way that now he was 3 away from me, and we had some problems. So, definitely some things that were rather unlucky in this one. But I do like the flavor of the primordials. I do think they feel very different. This did come out, and I think it was actually Quackalope's good video, where he was talking about how each primordial does feel very different. It does feel like you're fighting against this crazy pecking bird who just swipes you aside and pushes you away, and he has unlimited range because he's flying. Obviously, I think it's really cool. The idea they had this primordial standing on the ship. I think that's pretty wild to give you just constant reminders of the sense of scale. But obviously, I'm assuming it's not your ship because that would be thematically weird. So another ship, because our ship is huge because these dudes need to fit in there somewhere. So it's a thing. But bah, just bah. That part of me is like, did that just happen? Did I really just roll so awfully all freaking game? I mean, the one time I had that reroll, I just had a 2/3 chance that I was gonna get the whatever, dude, all of it. Oh wait, 2. If I had hit him, I don't think he attacks me. Was the fail? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, if I had hit him there because I needed 5, he doesn't attack. He only attacked because of the fail. And then when he attacked me, I draw the major. Right. So literally I just draw and resolve a flare card. Whatever. The flare cards weren't that bad. I guess I really like the flavor of them a lot, actually. They trigger off the ambrosia. Whoa. Each Titan assigns all their berserkers to their Titan sheet, Kratos table, or to other. That's nutty. Wow. Well, that he might have attacked us there anyway. Woo! Yeah, I saw the two. Burnout and Harrow are not bad, but Stain and Drain are yikes. So he would have attacked me anyway. Unless I pull this. Treat these elements ability tokens test as blank. These erosions can still count towards the erosion limit. This ability doesn't trigger. So if I had this, that would have been fine. If I pulled this one, he would have attacked. But the fact that he can heal is really sick. What the heck is... I don't know what heal does, though. I don't know. Things to explore another day. It was just not meant to be today. Not the way I was rolling, and not the way things. Not the way I drew. I mean, the fact that I shuffled that stupid cackle card to the top is very much predictable. Which is part of the reason I don't like to shuffle small decks. I just maybe I'll just start rolling a d20 for the exploration deck. Don't put it past me, kids. But that's cool. We got our first Memos node thing here. We got some other things happening. Yeah, we'll keep carrying out this cycle to its conclusion. I have a feeling the more I play that this is not going to end in glory, but you never know. But tomorrow I'll be back. We're going to be doing Too Many Bones. I have the Lab Rats, who I'm excited to get them on the channel. Friday we have a playthrough of that other game, Spirit Island, and I'm going to be doing a playthrough of it's a patron challenge. We're doing Shroud of Silent Mist and Sharp Fangs Behind the Leaves against level 6 France with the elemental invocation scenario, and it's bananas. My friend Tony and I have tried it numerous times and without success, but there's a plan going in, so we'll see if it works out. But I like the matchup a lot. It's pretty cool. So that was a cool challenge from David Coleman. So excited about that. So tune in for that. Questions, comments, epiphanies, put them in the comment section below. Thank you so much for some of the rule guidance for people. Again, this game is not normally the kind of thing that I do. I'd like to know the game before I put it on, like really, really know a game before I put it on camera. But there's something about doing that with a big campaign game like this that it's hard. It's very hard to pull off. And I just like, you know what? I'm going to start this journey and bring people with me. So hopefully that's been enjoyable for you. We'll keep putting these videos out, and I'll keep doing this on camera as long as the appetite for them seems to be there. So far, so good. So I appreciate all of that. And that's about it. So I'm going to sign off. Thanks again. Until next time, happy gaming.
Solo.